Okay, I'd like to thank you guys for coming to the Planning Commission, Town of Gilbert, for February 4th. Could I get a roll call?
Chairman Joshua Ayler.
Here.
Vice Chairman Christopher Sipple.
Present.
Commissioner David Blazer. Commissioner Carl Bloomfield. Commissioner David Keaveney.
Here.
Commissioner Brent Moody.
Here.
Jennifer Whitman.
Here.
Alternate Todd Hall.
Here.
Thank you. Can I get a motion for the approval of tonight's agenda?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I move to approve the agenda with the following changes. I'd like to move items 10 and 11, GP 14-11 and Z 14-29 to the consent agenda. And I'd also like to move item number 12 in front of item number 9, which is moving Z 14-15-D in front of UP 14-11.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chairman Sipple, a second from Commissioner Keaveney. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. So that takes us to communications from citizens. At this time, members of the public may comment on matters not on the agenda. The Commission's response is limited to the response to criticisms, asking staff to review the matter, comment upon, or asking the matter to be put on a future agenda. Is there anybody that would speak under these conditions? I see none, and so we'll move forward. At this point, I need to recess the Planning Commission and convene the Board of Adjustments for the approval of the minutes consider for the approval minutes of the Board of Adjustments for January 7th, 2015. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes?
Chairman, motion for approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Whitman, a second from Commissioner Keaveney. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 6. Actually, staff, Jack, would Todd vote in this matter?
I believe he was sitting as an alternate in that meeting, so no.
Okay, so 6-0. And so I'll adjourn the Board of Adjustments and reconvene as the Planning Commission. Before I go to the consent agenda, I'd like to thank Troop 481 who's in attendance tonight. They're here for their community service. Funny, probably 20 years ago myself, I sat in front of council and did the same thing as you guys. So I hope you guys have fun enjoying the public service, and thank you for coming out tonight.
I think you're aging yourself.
Yeah, it might have been more than 20 years ago.
Just 10. Just 10. Just claim 10.
So that'll take us to the consent agenda. As the consent agenda public hearing items will be heard in one public hearing. After consent hearing, these items may be approved in a single motion at the request of a member of the commission or staff, and the items may be removed from the consent calendar and may be heard and acted upon separately. Other items on the agenda may be added at the consent hearing and approved under one single motion. Is there anybody that'd like to speak on items 10 or 11? Okay. So do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Yep. Your Honor, I move to approve GP 14-11 and Z 14-29 on the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Sipple and a second from Commissioner Hall. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0. This takes us to the non-consent agenda. The non-consent public hearing items will be heard at a public, be at an individual public hearing and acted upon by the commission by a separate motion. During the public hearings, anyone wishing to comment in support or opposition to a public hearing may do so. If you wish to comment on the public hearing, you must fill out a public comment card, which we have a nice stack full, so I do appreciate everybody wishing to speak tonight. But if you still haven't filled out one, they are at the back of the table, and please fill it out and bring it to staff. Once the hearing is closed, no future public comment sorry, I'm just going through this. There will be no future public comment unless requested by a member of the commission. So that takes us to item 12, which was moved to the beginning, and that would be case Z14-15, Jordan Feld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Staff will quickly go through the text amendment that we reviewed in some level of detail at the last study session, give the Planning Commission a quick update on the various stakeholder input we've received since that time, and present the final staff recommendation. So as the Planning Commission will recall, batch D, if you will, of the overall land development code cleanup includes 5 distinct elements. It deals with storage containers, metal buildings, facility manager dwelling units, gatehouses, and administrative design review. Since the Planning Commission study session, we've held a study session with the Design Review Board. We've met with the Gilbert Chamber of Commerce. We've met with the Small Business Alliance. And we've interacted with the various affected operators, or the regulated parties, if you will. As you can see on the slide, the business community clearly supports the text amendment that's been put forward. I think the Small Business Alliance would probably ask for a little bit more leeway on the facility manager dwelling unit provisions, and we can get into that in a little bit more detail. But generally speaking, at the Planning Commission level and the Design Review Board level, there was shared concern over what we're kind of couching as proportionality. So the vast majority of this text amendment deals with kind of the tertiary aspects of site development, whether it's a gatehouse or a facility manager dwelling unit or other these types of facilities. And so the Planning Commission rightly concerns itself with what is the relationship of that bulk to the primary structure and those types of design questions. And so staff will kind of walk through some of those concerns as we talk about the text amendment, but generally speaking, the proportionality concerns fell in 3 places. The containers, which again, staff is limiting the area where you could do containers through the master site building permit, and then again, by defining that envelope within which these containers could go, which is going to be subject to some kind of planning, either over-the-counter design review or formal design review. Facility manager dwelling units and gatehouses, again, proportionality concerns there. Staff has put forward a maximum square footage for the livable area. Staff feels like that square footage is reflective of a workforce housing or the size of typical workforce housing, but certainly that number can be changed or discussed. And then we've limited the facility manager dwelling units to just 1 for almost all non-residential employment, or excuse me, all non-residential districts, with the exception of 3, which are new changes. Those changes are covered in the addendum. Staff apologize for the lateness of the addendum report, but we'll walk through those 3 changes, which again are clarified in the addendum report. And finally, there was some discussion as to proportionality with admin design review. As you'll recall, we currently allow admin design review for expansions or new structures under 3,000 square feet. So of course the question was, what if the principal structure is 4,000 square feet? What is that relationship? And we can talk about that. So very quickly, again, storage containers, the language you're seeing here has not changed since the Planning Commission review at study session. The language on metal buildings has not changed. Again, the key change here is in the employment section. This is the only place where we regulate metal buildings, so we're just removing that regulation. So we treat metal buildings equally with stick-built or conventional. So the change that's captured in the addendum, if you will, is basically shown here. And so we've moved away from delineating a 5-acre threshold for where we would allow 2 facility manager dwelling units and limiting it to nursery uses, to expanding it to 3 uses and eliminating the acreage requirement. And the concept there is these 3 uses, regardless of acreage, might necessitate or have the site intensity where they would need so many continuous on-site monitors or caretakers or whatever it may be. I should also point out again, the language regarding the square footage maximum is also new, as you're seeing here on Part B. The definition of facility manager dwelling unit has not changed. How we're not necessarily defining, but regulating gatehouses, we've tweaked that a bit. So one change that we've made, again, speaks to the proportionality concern. We're now specifying a maximum square footage, 700 square feet, and all the gatehouses we've looked at in either the town or elsewhere, we've never seen one that exceeds that, and if it did, it'd probably become a community facility at that point, stops ceasing as just a gatehouse function. And then we clarified that when we have allowed these in-landscape setbacks and going forward, what we want to continue as our practice is allow them in landscape setbacks when they're part of an actual access or driveway facility. We're not necessarily supportive of these in just random side yard landscape setbacks where they don't provide a function. Arguably, they provide an aesthetic purpose at that location. But as far as allowing by right or trying to give that provision some teeth, we just want to make sure that we're allowing these in landscape setbacks when they're part of an actual access control function. The definition of gatehouse has not changed, nor has the expansion, if you will, or clarification, if you will. Staff presented again last time that we've always interpreted the admin DR cutoff to mean expansion or new buildings, 3,000 square feet or less. Staff, again, will remind the Planning Commission that having a DRB is actually fairly unique, so that when we try and do an apples-to-apples comparison of that threshold, that 3,000 square feet, it's challenging. It's challenging, one, because most of the thresholds that you're going to see drop it out of full admin DR to some lesser version of admin DR. At least that rough order of magnitude, 3,000 square feet, jurisdictions that have DR, typically they're not done by a DRB, and at 3,000 square feet, or at least that ballpark, that's when they start to remove the basic DR guidelines. So staff's opinion, at least today, is let's codify the historical practice on how we've interpreted this, but there needs to be more research if we're going to change this 3,000 square foot threshold. I think there's a lot of opinions on both sides as to whether or not that should increase, decrease, or stay the same. So as part of this text amendment, staff is not recommending a change to the threshold. I guess in summary, staff certainly wants to acknowledge and appreciate the time and efforts by the Gilbert Chamber and the Small Business Alliance, the various affected businesses that have participated in this text amendment process, and certainly the Planning Commission for their input. And with that, staff is happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jordan. Do we have any questions for staff?
Your Honor.
Yes, Vice Chair Sipple.
Jordan, always a good job. Pleasure to have you up here. I'm going to come at it with a large family. We are in Gilbert. Gilbert tends to have large families in it. And my concern with the square footage not to exceed with 1,500 feet. Now, granted, I don't know that most families have 7 in it like I do, but that'd be hard pressed to put us all in one. And there's some of these areas that we might live on site with the zoning districts that you've put in there, that we put in there. So, for me, I agree with some of the other changes in here, but I'm a little stuck on the 1,500 square feet just for size of what families you might get here in Gilbert living on site for those things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Sipple. Staff certainly struggled with this because the concern about proportionality is legitimate, but without creating some onerous formula that relates back to the principal structure and other factors, it's tough to put it in writing how we get there. Certainly, staff can point to the design review process we currently use to ensue that type of bulk relationship is appropriate. So staff doesn't have heartburn necessarily taking out that standard. But that all said, 1,500 square feet for workforce housing is a fairly common number. So I don't think we'd be ruling out applications. But again, the text amendment certainly works without the threshold.
Do we have any other comments for staff? Well, I just to follow up a little bit on Vice Chair Sipple, I also kind of agree that 1,500 I can see if you're talking about 1 or 2 people in the house, which probably in general, that's what it's going to be. But you know, it kind of looks at a point where we could have a family of 7 that's on site. So I would like to probably look at taking that restriction off and keep moving forward. I don't know if we have any other discussion. Yeah, go ahead, Kit.
So, I think you do have to, though, consider that this type of housing may not be used by the same person or family over time. And you wouldn't want a unit that was, you wouldn't want a large home built as worker housing. So I think, I don't see a problem with this, because I think that if someone had a legitimate reason to exceed this based on, like you say, the size of the primary facility or whatever, we could consider it as a variance and not necessarily take away a standard that could have value, I think, in a long-term, multiple user type event. So I don't have a problem with it. I think a variance could release that component on a specific case-by-case basis. But as a basis, I think it's okay.
Vice Chair Sipple.
We don't agree to disagree often, do we, up here? So I can see your point in some of, there's about 10 different uses that are listed, and so some of those I could see that. But you've got, and I'm going to be the school guy, you've got schools on there, you've got stables, you've got places of worship. They may lend themselves to something a little bit bigger over time, continuously over time. And so I don't know if we want to impede ourselves down so much. I understand the variance process there and that. But then I also don't want to get us in a situation where, well, if it's these 5 uses, they don't have a limitation on house size, but these 6 have a limitation on house size. So that's kind of where I'm at with that, David.
Yeah, Chairman?
Yeah.
Oh. Would there be a size, trying to keep a size on it, would there be a size that you would be comfortable with?
To be honest with you, we're in 4,000 square feet, and that's just about right. But that's a large home. And I don't know that everyone needs that big.
But aren't we talking about basically an accessory unit on a primary location? So I don't think the intent is to have a family living there. I think the intent is to have somebody who's working there and maybe living there, but not necessarily a family. At least that's not the way that I read it. I read it as it's an accessory to the main use, and therefore it should have some limitations on it.
Vice Chair Sipple.
Right, it's semantics here. Facility manager dwelling. I manage the school.
Do you live on the school? You own a 4,000 square foot home on the school?
I could.
As a caretaker?
I could. Right, but you know what I mean? I could.
But I don't think that's what we want.
Yeah, well, true.
I think that's the point, is that we want it incidental to the main use and not necessarily have a family. Or I guess not saying that that's not what the town wants. I just think the majority of the times we're going to see the people using those caretaker facilities aren't going to be families. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. I think 80, 90, 95% of those will be one single person or maybe a couple of people.
And we're comfortable.
Do you have something different
I'm just saying we're
happening at your school?
No, we don't have something different happening at our school. Right, I'm just saying I'm not sure if we want to dictate that.
The square
Right? I mean,
footage?
you could have it happen.
I think my first house was like 1,400 square feet.
How many?
And there was 3 people living in it.
Yeah.
So,
How big is your house now?
well, there's 7 of us, so there's 4,400, but I'm not planning to live on a school.
Okay. I guess that takes us in a discussion. Do we have any other discussion on this part or any other part of the text amendment? Oh, Commissioner Muni?
Just so you know where I stand on this, I think for the stated intent of these facilities, the 1,500-foot cap is appropriate.
Okay. Okay. Oh,
Except for the vice chair school, we'll give you 4,000.
And this may be a question for staff. I don't know if we can still do that.
yeah, go ahead.
What happens if there is no cap? Is that just free reign, whatever size you want, or what happens then?
Commissioner Hall, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, excellent question. So in theory, the worst case would be a lot that doesn't necessarily have a principal structure. You could end up in a scenario, non-employment lot, as some kind of surface use that would only have this dwelling unit. And if you remove the stopgap or that maximum, you could end up with a 3,000 square foot house. Is that bad from a policy standpoint? Maybe not. Is that bad from an aesthetic standpoint? Well, we'll check that through the DR process that they'd have to go through. So aesthetically, we'll make sure it works. Other considerations to the stopgap, again, is these facility manager dwelling units are going to be going in non-residential zones where the town does have some interest in trying to protect the the residential development of non-residential parcels. So without a max, if you will, you're asking staff to try and seek out that outcome of, we're trying to give you this opportunity to do the dwelling unit through the minimum footprint necessary to achieve that function that you're saying your business needs. But again, the opportunity cost of not having that maximum is probably pretty low.
Thank you. Do we have any other conversations before we make a motion? Commissioner Cavney?
So to kind of try to find an appropriate balance here, I think that I'd be willing I think we need some type of cap. I really think, given the purpose of what we're talking about, there ought to be a cap. But I'm happy to stretch this to 2,000. I think that would be a fair number. I don't know if anybody else would join that sentiment, but I'm willing to propose a motion in favor for a 2,000 cap.
Okay. I think that kind of stretches it to a house that, we don't want a 4,000-foot house on any one of these uses, but I think that 2,000 gets you to a reasonable family, because a caretaker would have a family or could have a family. So I think if we did an amendment to that to 2,000, then that kind of achieves that issue. So
Some of the lots that we approve are 2,000 square feet, so I think,
And no.
can they go up?
okay. So with that, that's if anybody has a motion.
Okay. So for the reasons set forth in the staff report, as determined by the Planning Commission, I move to recommend approval of to the Town Council for Z14-15-D with the amended maximum dimension of 2,000 square feet.
For caretakers?
For the caretaker manager dwelling unit.
And that's in Amendment 1, because that
Addendum?
Addendum 1.
As Addendum 1, in Addendum 1.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Cavney, a second from Commissioner Whitman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Okay, so that brings us to the case that most of us are here for. So we'll still be taking green cards, but if you have to bring one up, just bring it to staff, and hopefully everybody's had a chance, but definitely bring one up if you still wish to speak on this matter. We're going to go over a little bit of the rules for this case, since we have a lot of people speaking, and I'm really appreciative for everybody coming out. For the town of Gilbert, this really shows that we have pride in our community, and we'd like to make sure that works for everyone. So in your discussions, can you hold back from clapping or cheering and let each person speak, and we'll get through and allowing all the discussions to happen. Timing-wise, we are going to have 3 minutes per single person to discuss, and then we're going to have certain groups that have come together and have one group speaker, and they'll be given 5 minutes. There's a little clock on, well, little lights more than a clock, but that'll give you the timing and getting you closer to know when your time will be up. And then when it does go red, please wrap up your discussion, and then we can move to the next person. I think we
Just came in, one of each.
we have more letters, and we did receive your letters originally, and even more now. So with that, we'll start the case, which is item number 9, UP 14-11, and that's Elegant Barn. Ms. McCarty.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Nicole McCarty with the Planning Department. I'm here to discuss the Elegant Barn proposed use permit modifications. This case was before you last
Mr. Chair.
month at study session.
Mr. Chair, we failed to set up the public hearing on this.
I guess we forgot to do that part. So just go back to opening the public hearing for the case?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But I guess I'm a little lost on the public hearing here then. So just
You read it in, but did not mention you were opening the public hearing on the item. So.
okay. Well, then have opening the public hearing for item number 9, UP 14-11.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Again, Nicole McCarty with the Planning Department, here tonight to discuss the Elegant Barn proposed use modifications that we discussed at study session last month. Just for everyone in the room, to show where we are in the vicinity in Gilbert, we're between Baseline and Guadalupe Roads, the project site is. It's along Greenfield Road on the east side. Greenfield is a minor arterial. The site is zoned single-family residential, SF43, and it has an existing conditional use permit that was approved in 2012. And the site is 1.1 acres. The adjacent zoning is single-family 7 across Greenfield Road, SF43 in the adjacent neighborhood, and SF15 in the Carriage Park neighborhood to the south. Also in blue is just to show kind of what exists along Greenfield Road. There are 2 schools, Pioneer Elementary, a charter school, and then 2 churches as well along this road. This image is just to illustrate some approximate distances to residential measured from the barn itself. So as you can see, it ranges from about 130 feet to the closest to 300 feet to in the immediate area of the barn. Here's the site plan overlaid onto the aerial. The lawn area of the site is approximately 7,000 square feet where they do hold some ceremonies. Inside the barn is approximately 3,500 square feet. There are 22 parking spaces on site, and there's an administrative use permit that approves an additional 73 parking spaces on the Spirit of Joy site to the south. Here are some site photos. There have been several improvements made to the site, specifically related to the pedestrian access between Spirit of Joy and the Elegant Barn. There's been pavement striping, there's pedestrian crossing signs, there's also yield signs for traffic coming from both parking lots, and there are lights that have been added as well. A little history on the existing use permit. They did obtain their use permit in November of 2012, received their C of O in January of 2014, and had a grand opening in February of 2014, about a year ago. They've booked 116 events, and they've completed 46 commercial events since opening. Those were the numbers as of December, so they might be a little bit different. I apologize. Go into the use permit history a little bit more. Again, there's an AUP on this site for shared parking that was approved in August of 2012, and that limits it to 4 guests allowed per each parking space, and again, the minimum 21 on site. In October of 2012, the Planning Commission approved with conditions the operating plan, traffic plan, and the procedure and the site plan. They also added, the Planning Commission added limitation to the hours of operation and excluded Wednesdays and Sundays at that time. And at that time, they said live bands shall not be permitted. However, individual live performers would be permitted. Moving on, the case was appealed to council in November. The council did uphold the Planning Commission approval, but added additional conditions. The condition for no parking across Greenfield Road, no speakers outside the facility, no alcohol being served at the facility, and it also limited the maximum number of people inside the barn to 233. So tonight, the owner applicant is requesting modifications, including changes to the pedestrian access plan, hours of operation, the ability to use alcohol at the site, and location of audio speakers, and the type of music allowed. So to get into the details, the pedestrian access plan currently says that he needs to direct the public traffic to the public sidewalk along Greenfield Road in order to access the facility from the Spirit of Joy site. The proposed modification would allow pedestrians to cross in the area that I showed, the pavement striping. It's a more centralized location. Our traffic engineer has looked at that and approved those plans. So that's one of the modifications tonight. Also, hours and days of operation. Currently, they are allowed 10 to 10 and are excluded Wednesdays and Sundays. They're proposing 7:30 to 11 daily, with the exception of 1 a.m. on New Year's Eve. Attendees will still need to be out by 10 o'clock. And Wednesday and Sunday events would only be held if they did not conflict with the church. I did check the church website. They do have routine services Sunday in the morning and in the evenings, and also Wednesday evenings from 6:30 to 8:30, and in addition to a variety of other smaller events throughout the week, but those are the main services. All events will still comply with the town noise ordinance requirements, which we discussed a little bit at study session. Again, that lowers from 55 to 45 at 10 p.m. until 5 a.m. And just for comparison's sake, because there was some discussion on this last time, I Googled what 50 decibels sounds like. Apparently it's comparable to a conversation in a home, while 60 is more comparable to a louder conversation in a restaurant. So hopefully that gives you some idea of what our noise ordinance relates to. In terms of the use of alcohol, during the review with the Planning Department and the Planning Commission, there was no specific condition added regarding alcohol use, but I know at the study session we discussed this a little bit, so I wanted to clarify. The operating plan at the time did say that there would be no open bar, so what was approved was that operating plan specifying no open bar. Although when it was appealed to council, the council did add a condition to prohibit the use of alcohol altogether. The proposed modification before you tonight is still no open bar, and they would hire licensed vendors to carry their own liability, and the venue is not interested in requesting a liquor license. In terms of the location of audio speakers, currently they are not permitted outdoors. This was added by town council. They would like to request to locate those right outside of the barn doors now, but only for ceremony music and officiates leading the ceremony. Dance music will still be inside of the barn. In terms of the type of music, the current plan states individual live performers only and no live bands. This proposal is really a deletion of this condition because it is tough to define and to limit type of music. So we'd like to, or the request is to have it just comply with the town noise ordinance requirements, simply like that. And it would allow an event to have a performer and be more than one solo artist. Staff and Planning Commission has received a lot of emails, 216, I think 218 with the two that you just had. This map shows the letters in opposition. There are 115. Not all of them were opposed to 100% of the modifications. I'll try to explain that in a little bit. Just to give you an idea, about 29% are in the adjacent neighborhood to the facility. 32% are from the Carriage Park neighborhood to the south, and about 14% are in Val Vista Lakes across Greenfield. And 25% of those opposed were either unknown, the addresses weren't included, or they were in faraway neighborhoods just off of the map. In terms of the letters of support, we received 101, including the 2 churches on the street, and an additional 2 neighbors from that area. 49% were customers, current customers of the barn. 29% are potential customers. 10% are from vendors, and about 6% are from the neighborhood combined. And I just want to state that these numbers are not scientific. We did receive several instances where one address had several letters from either husband and wife or family members. So I try to do my best to sort through them and provide you with everything that was provided to me. But just keep that in mind when you do look at the numbers. So to summarize, the majority of those opposed, which is approximately 80%, did request that all conditions be upheld. So they didn't go into the details of the conditions. Of those that were opposed but that were okay with some changes, the pedestrian access plan, majority were in support of that. For hours of operation, a few were in support of that. Use of alcohol, there was definitely majority in opposition, although a couple were voiced their opinion to be okay with the champagne toast only. For audio speakers, there was majority in opposition, and for type of music, there were a couple in support of minor changes within that. And again, that breakdown is just of those who were opposed and opposed to not all of the changes. Hope that makes sense. To get into the findings of fact, this is what staff has to review to provide you a recommendation. And this was in your staff report. The number one finding of fact is that the proposed use will not be detrimental to health, safety, or the general welfare of people in the area. Staff did find that the improvements that have been made to the property have helped facilitate safe access between Spirit of Joy and the site, and that also the commercial or non-residential use in that area is similar to what we see located in other areas next to minor arterials. For finding of fact number 2, the proposed use conforms to the purposes, intent, and policies of the general plan. The general plan does recognize that non-residential uses can be compatible to residential if they have proper conditions and design. Number 3, the proposed use conforms to the conditions, the requirements, and standards by the zoning code. As conditioned, the facility conforms to the intent of allowing commercial or non-residential businesses in residential areas, again, where situated next to the major roadway. And lastly, the proposed use as conditioned would not unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment. Staff did find that over the past year, the facility has been operating in a manner that has not unreasonably interfered with the use. We did hear that from several community members, even those who were opposed, that as-is operations are okay. Significant detail has been provided to demonstrate how the applicant will monitor the business operations with the proposed changes tonight to be in compliance. And lastly, staff is recommending approval of UP 1411 based on those 4 findings of fact. The applicant is here tonight and has a presentation prepared as well, so if you would like him to give that, or if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Great, thanks, Ms. McCarty. Do we have any questions for staff at this time? Vice, not Vice, but
I used to be.
Commissioner Whitman.
I have a quick question for you, Nicole. On the hours of operation, I noticed that they're requesting for New Year's to be open till 1, but are they still planning for all visitors to be gone by 10? Or I think generally the hours of operation they're requesting to extend till 11. They said that basically everybody as part of the party would be gone by 10. Does that apply for New Year's Day? I'm assuming they want later hours for New Year's Day?
Good
New Year's Eve?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Whitman, they do intend to have people leave by midnight on that evening and have that additional hour to clean up before 1, although they would still meet the noise ordinance and at 10 o'clock reduce the music.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. That brings us to the applicant. Would you please come forward and state your name and city of residence?
Good evening. My name is Dennis Elliott. This is my wife Stella. We're the owners of the Elegant Barn, and we have our primary resident is in Mesa. Sorry, could you hear me okay?
Now we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to cover my portion of the briefing here, and I'm going to be duplicating some of the things you've already heard, hopefully with a little more information. If you have questions, please let me know. Just a brief history of the Elegant Barn. It was purchased in April 2012. We did receive the conditional and administrative permits, as Nicole mentioned, and that was a little over 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. We did major construction upgrades to the property. We've added parking lots, we've added sprinkler systems inside the barn, we've redone the entire structure of the barn so that it meets code. It was all upgraded. We've put in artificial turf in the backyard. We've planted a lot of foliage, trees, and so forth. So there's been some major stuff going on for the last couple of years. We did receive a certificate of occupancy, I believe it was 8 January of 2014. We had our grand opening on 27 February. That was our first, quote, commercial event. This is what the farmhouse and barn looked like when we bought it. It was not quite this cleaned up, but we cleaned it up and then took these pictures. This is the barn, or the property, upgraded to include the parking lots and lighting and that sort of thing, so you can kind of see the difference, even down to the shutters and the windows. Here's the original barn, the way it looked before we did all the construction on it. And here it is with parking facilities added. It has the sprinkler systems in it. We had to tie into the city water system and so forth. What we feel are the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve so far is we've upgraded an existing property to reflect what we believe is the rural Gilbert, town of Gilbert style and heritage. We think it looks good for Gilbert. We provided a safe, affordable venue for weddings, receptions, and other events. We've had no issues with safety. We feel like we've done a good job there. We've generated revenue for local merchants. Most of our preferred vendors are local. They're local either in the town of Gilbert or the Mesa area primarily. I think there's one or two that we use from Chandler. So we've generated revenue for the Gilbert merchants. We've done it for the town. We've done it to help employees. We've created some fantastic memories for a lot of families. And if you go on our website, if you go on Facebook, you can see what people say about it. We have almost all 5-star reviews from our customers. We think we're good corporate citizens, and we believe strongly that we are considerate neighbors. The changes we've requested, as Nicole mentioned, allow alcohol by a licensed vendor. We know that's a big deal. We know there's a lot of fear and trepidation about having alcohol. We understand that. We think we can manage it and control it properly. We want speakers outside, but we don't want speakers outside to be blasting Battle of the Bands in the backyard. We want it so we can talk, an officiant can talk so that the people that are attending the wedding can actually hear him marry the people that are getting married. We want it for corporate announcements. If we have a corporate meeting and they say, okay, let's take a lunch break, they want to be able to hear that. Definition of bands. This has been a real tough one to deal with. No one seems to be able to define a band. Now, Webster defines a band, and it talks about it's a group of musicians typically that has some name. It doesn't say always, but typically. What we want is to get rid of the definition issue and just go with the noise ordinance like everybody else. All our neighbors have to deal with the noise ordinance, and so do we. Extended hours. We want to extend the hours so that we can do corporate events. We cannot open now before 10 in the morning. Corporations want to do their training sessions at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. We want to extend the hours at night from 10 to 11, and that's for cleanup. traffic control plan, as Nicole mentioned, we need to document what we have already done. Days and hours of operation, the extended hours, and the days going from, instead of saying we're closed on Wednesdays and Sundays, which by the way is okay with us, okay? We want to say, leave it to us and the church, because the church calls us Spirit of Joy and they say, gee, we'd like to have an event on a Tuesday. And we say, okay, well then would it be okay if we do one on Wednesday? And then they say, okay. So what we really want is the control of those days at the level where the control is needed, which is between us and the church, as opposed to having to call the town of Gilbert and say, is it okay if I do an event on Wednesday? Because if I do, I know I've got some neighbors that are going to sign something saying we're terrible, and so we don't want to do that. That's the only reason for that change. The reason we want these changes, we're customer driven, as most business people are. Our customers are asking for these changes. I think Nicole mentioned that there was some 82 letters or so of current customers who want alcohol at their event. They like the Elegant Barn enough that they're willing to do it without it, but they don't want to. They want to be able to toast the bride and the groom with champagne. They want to have a glass of wine with dinner. If we have barbecue, they want to have a beer with barbecue. Now, these are our customers telling us this. We also want to have one signature drink that the bride can say, gee, I want a daiquiri. Okay, we'll give you a daiquiri. Okay. That's what we're asking for. It's good business to make these changes. It's good for our vendors. It's good for the town of Gilbert. It's good for the Elegant Barn. Now then the question is it good for the neighborhood? The neighborhood is concerned about alcohol, noise, extended hours, and traffic. And by the way, that's not all of the neighborhood. That's some of the neighborhood. Because some people realize we've operated for a year and have had none of these issues. And these same fears were expressed 3 years ago. They were expressed when we first got granted our permission to even operate as a business. We've done everything we can to control everything from then and do it a professional job. We think we can do that. We've conducted, and Nicole said 46 events. That was through December 31st. That was from February the 27th to December the 31st, we had conducted 46 events. Since then, we've continued conducting events. We're now up to 57 as of the 24th of January. We've done 46 weddings/receptions. Some are weddings and receptions, some are just receptions. We've done some birthday parties. We've done a couple of baby showers and some open houses. Average across those kinds of populations is about 180 people per event. That's an average. We've done 5 corporate events. Those are sales meetings. Those were for a corporation called Nurium, where they brought people in and they conducted their sales meetings in the barn. Those averaged about 200 people per. We did 1 preschool graduation with about 100 guests. It was 24 little kids, 5 years old or so, in little gowns, and then all their family. We did an awards banquet for one of the school soccer teams, 150 people. We did a Future Farmers of America event for about 100 people. We've done 3 photo shoots for between 5 and 10 people each, and they come in at different times. They're there for a few hours taking photographs, and they leave. All of our events have been properly managed. We've had no substantiated complaints. We've had a couple of complaints that were not substantiated. We will continue to professionally manage all events at the same level that we've been doing for a year. Business plan for alcohol. Our brides and their families want alcohol. So we said, okay, if we can get it, we will have a certified bartender service that will report to me, not to the bride, not to the bride's family. So if Aunt Mary wants another drink, no one can just go, well, she's okay, let her have it. It'll be a certified bartender under my control. We'll provide professional security. Our intent is to provide off-duty police officer. If we can't get an off-duty police officer from the town of Gilbert, we will hire a sheriff. We will have law enforcement as our security force. And the way I explain it to the brides, because they have to pay for it, okay? The way I explain it to them is, do you want one young person to get out of control at your wedding? It will ruin your wedding. And they say no. I said, well, that's why the police officer is going to be there. Traffic control, we think we've done a good job. It'll be like it has been. We'll continue conducting it the way it's been done. We do have shuttle service from our preferred vendors. We have 5 hotels that we do business with, so they will be shuttling out-of-town guests back and forth. That way the guests don't have to rent a car, which also reduces any concern about drunk driving out on the street. We have taxi service on call as needed. If our bartender or our management staff or the police officer determine that somebody has had too much to drink, we will call them a cab. Noise, that's the other big concern. Stipulation on audio speakers. The current stipulation says no speakers outside. What we do is we put a speaker in the doorway of the barn, which faces the backyard, which faces the backdrop where people get married, so that as the minister or pastor or whatever starts marrying people, you can actually hear his voice marrying them. As soon as that is over, we pull the speakers back inside the barn. Definition of bands, I think I covered that already. No one can seem to define a band. What we really want is not a rock band with heavy drums and metal. It's not what we're looking for. We're looking for more than one musician, like a harpist, a violin player, a classical guitarist. And we've used some of those people already, and it works out great. We want to use the existing noise code for compliance instead of an ambiguous definition of what a band is. Managing the announcements and music, the way we do it now is we control the volume and we control the bass. The bass is the one that is typically the issue for most people, because when you get that bam, bam, bam heavy bass, that can shake things. So we make them turn the bass up so it's not too low. We control the volume. We do constant walkarounds and checks to make sure that the noise is not bothering anybody. And generally, you can't hear the noise more than 50 to 100 feet away from the barn. We've insulated the entire barn. We actually put a second roof on the southern part of the barn with insulation in it to help dampen noise. If you walk across the church parking lot of Spirit of Joy south, by the time you get to the end of the parking lot, you can't hear anything. If you walk from the barn doors straight out my driveway to Greenfield, you don't even get all the way before you don't hear anything. The people who would be most affected by noise are the neighbor to my north and the neighbor to my east. Both of them have told me there is not an issue. The neighbor to the north came to my neighborhood meeting last week. We did a demonstration with the speakers, showed him and the other people that were there, and everybody there agreed. You know, that's like that is not an issue. Well, that's how we've been doing it. Dance music inside the barn with the doors closed. And I personally walk around and make sure those doors are closed. And every once in a while, a customer will open a door, and I'll go close it. So we control it, we manage it. If you can't hear the music now, you're not going to hear it in the future because it's going to be managed the same way. The volume isn't going to be any worse. Music is off at 9:30 p.m. It's always gone off at 9:30 p.m. We're not requesting that it stay on any longer than 9:30 p.m. We still want it to go off at 9:30 p.m. Guests always leave as soon as the music goes off, and they're gone by 10. What's happened in the past is we have to shut down operations by 10, so people start trying to clean things up because we allow them to bring their own centerpieces, we allow them to bring some of their own decorations. Some people bring in truckloads of things, set them all up, and then they got 30 minutes to tear it down. It's not enough time. Okay. However, I expressed to all of them that quiet time begins at 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, noise stops. I don't want anybody in a parking lot. I don't want a bunch of kids talking to each other, that kind of thing. It's over. 10 o'clock is over. But you can come in the barn, we'll close the door, leave the lights on, and clean the place up. You can now take your stuff home with you instead of having to come back the next day and pick it up, which we've had to do on a number of occasions. We don't want loud rock bands at all. So when you hear things like it's going to be the battle of the bands in the backyard, it's just not the case. We do not want rock bands. I've had people ask me. I've had them ask me for rock bands. I've had them ask me for mariachis. And I've said no to both. And the reason is noise. I happen to like mariachi music. But if it's too loud, it's too loud. I can control the volume on a DJ. I cannot control the volume on a drummer. When he's beating his drums as hard as he can, not a whole lot I can do is go up and say, please drum softer. But I can go to a DJ and say, turn it down. And they do. We are considerate, partially because I think that's how we are, but it's also good for business, because if we're not considerate, the two neighbors I worry about the most, my northern neighbor and my eastern neighbor, because they're the closest, I don't want to upset them. I want them to have a good home life. because otherwise they're going to be yelling at me and you're going to shut my business down. That's not good. I don't want that to happen. So we are considerate from both a mercenary point of view and because we think we're considerate people. This is a picture of this is a picture of the speaker in the doorway. This is typically how we set it up when a wedding is taking place. There'll be low-level music, like ceremony music, here comes the bride kind of thing, and then announcements across that speaker, like, okay, everybody grab a chair and bring it into the barn, that sort of thing. Here's what I want to do with it. I want to take it out of that doorway and get it out of everybody's way. And as soon as those announcements and that music is over with for the ceremony, that speaker goes inside. Current hours, I think I covered this. We currently cannot do corporate events primarily because they want to start earlier than we can open. So we need to change that. And then I mentioned the customers returning the next day to pick up items. The business plan for the extended hours is essentially the same as it is now. The only difference is starting earlier for corporate stuff and then staying open an hour after our current time for cleanup only. Music's off at 9:30. I mentioned we need to document how we do the parking plan. I've gotten the sense that most people who were upset about the parking plan are now in favor of it because they realize it is safer. I just want to get it documented in the record. This is a site plan so you can kind of see where I'm talking about. At the bottom of the picture is what's known as Houston easement. Good. This is, can you stand back here and let me get there? Thank you. Okay, try it again. This is Houston easement right here. This is the crossway that you saw the pictures from Nicole. People park over here. This is all church area, church parking area. They come across here. We have a traffic guard right there. If we have 100 people or less, we have one traffic guard. If we have 150, we have two. If we go above 150, we have 3 to 4, depending on what's going on. Because I also have an agreement with the church at the next corner. It's called Grace Covenant Church. It's a verbal agreement. The pastor and I work together. If I know I'm going to have some overflow, I call him and make sure that he can handle that. On one occasion, on October the 25th, when the Spirit of Joy Church had their Oktoberfest, I worked with the church at the other end, Grace Covenant, and we used his parking lot, and we hired a shuttle to shuttle people from his parking lot to my parking lot, and then back again. That's all on the east side of Greenfield, so we were not in violation of the covenant of not going on the west side. Any questions on that? These are similar pictures to what Nicole showed. Here's east-west. We paved this road. We paved this road. I worked out a deal with the fire department where they allowed me to use the church's fire hydrant where it currently is. It's 185 feet from my firehouse. It's by code needs to be within 150. I was willing to move it. They didn't want me to move it where I was willing to move it, so we worked out a deal. I told them I would pave this road across the church's property if they would give me a variance for the fire hydrant. They did that. Okay. The signs you see, like here, and here, and here, and there's another one over in here. Those signs are pedestrian crossing and yield signs. And our traffic people, what we do is we give the people that are using the Houston easement, which is primarily my neighbors heading east of me, they come in and out there because they have too much traffic issue with the school over on Desert Lane. So my traffic people will stop anybody from trying to go across from my property to the church or the church to my property. We stop them and we wave the traffic through on the Houston easement so that we do not impact our neighbors. And that's just our standard operating procedure, and we do that. Picture just going the other way, same detail. Okay, we've been in business almost a year. It'll be a year the 27th of this month in terms of actually operating. We were opened in January. Nearly all 5-star ratings. I think we've had 2 that were not 5-star. I don't think we've had impact to the neighborhood, and even many of the people who do not want us to have alcohol will tell you that so far everything's been good. They're concerned about future. Well, those are the same kinds of fears we heard a couple of years ago when we got approved. I don't blame them. If I was them, I'd have the same feelings. But if you look at our track record, and if you believe that we're going to continue operating like we are operating, we are not an impact. We're good citizens and we're good neighbors. I think the town of Gilbert enjoys us for our unique appearance. The location is ideal. It's against what you call a minor artery. To me, it's a big road. I mean, it's got a center lane for turning, and it's got double lanes on each side. And almost all the properties north of the church, which is just south of me, all but 2 of them operate either as a church, a school, or a commercial business. If you look at the neighborhood where my house is located, you would think it is commercial. You would not think it's a residential neighborhood. But if you go to the zoning map, it's residential. We understand that. I think the rest of this talks about how we help make money for the town and the state, and hopefully a little bit for us too. Like I said, we've operated for a year without impact. That's my opinion. We have turned the property into a showpiece. I was hoping that you folks might have time to get out there. The chairman did make it. Please do come by. Whether this goes or doesn't go, come by. It's a beautiful piece of property. It's well maintained and it looks great. We operated under a microscope for a year. We've got some folks that no matter what we do, it's just not going to be right. And so we have, as a matter of fact, used that as a corrective mechanism for ourselves to stay alert, stay on top of it, and make it happen. So I think we've done a good job of that. We are open, we're transparent, and we follow the rules. We follow the approved business plan. We respectfully request approval of the requested changes. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? I have one question then for what part of your statement. You talked about the alcohol and having a police officer there. Would that be for all events or just events that were with alcohol?
Just the events for alcohol. I'm not interested in having lots of alcohol. What I'm interested in is satisfying the customer demand. The customer has the right to choose. If the customer says, I want alcohol at my event, I'm going to say, fine, and here's the bill for that. And I can tell you that the price for a Gilbert police officer off duty is $63 an hour. So there's a lot of brides that kind of choke, but they want a champagne toast. And our rule is, if we do this, is the cork will not be pulled until the police officer's on duty, so they have to tell me when they're going to start having alcohol. I will have, they can buy the alcohol, they have to turn it over to my bartender. My bartender then will hang on to it until the appointed time, and then he'll open it and he'll start serving the alcohol. They can come get a drink. The police officer will be on duty. That answer your questions?
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? No? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the public cards. We have a few more here. Again, if you're speaking for a group, we'll be giving the speaker 5 minutes and individually 3 minutes, so everybody has time to speak through their points of view. So. Oh, you want that one? Okay. Well. Okay, so we're going to start with a group of people that wanted to speak in order. So I guess I'll read all 6, and if you could come forward so we could keep the discussion moving. We have Marlene Jolly, Dale Mollison, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but Ron Barney, Julie Bader, Sally Emerson, and Rebecca Harris. And they all oppose but wish to speak about this item. There's a few more that wish to give time. We're still going to hold to the 3 minutes per individual speaker, but to read them into the record. Shelley McCone opposes the item but wishes to give time. Kathy Nuttall wishes to give time but does oppose the item. Courtney McCaffrey is opposed to the item, and Carly Harris is opposed to the item. So for this group, I guess we'll start with Marlene Jolly, and when you're talking, try not to repeat the point so we can get through each point of how we're going through the discussion. So please. Okay. Yeah, also just brought up by Commissioner Cavaney, if can we get the larger map? Could you just point to the area that you live? Just in general, it doesn't have to be exact.
You mean you want me to right now?
Yeah, and then just state, so we have a generality where the discussion's coming from. Right? So again, can you state your name for the record and your address or city of residence? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marlene Jolly, and I am the former partner that brought the venue to the neighborhood. At that time, we made promises to the town, to the community, and to our closest neighbors. And because of those promises, we brought support to this venue. Tonight, I'm asking that you uphold what those promises were and that you stand by them. And even though they talk about changing all of this, there were original promises made to you. That's about all I have to say. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for? No. Thank you. Dale Mallison.
Okay, I knew you'd ask where I'm at, and I'm exactly, well, not exactly, around 700 feet from the barn. So I'm over in this house right here. Can't get there. Right where that arrow ends. Several of us from Carriage Park and from the Houston area neighborhoods have met a couple times over the last 2 weeks. Just talking through the issues. So when I say we in here, it's a little bit representative of my neighborhood, Carriage Park, and also some of the Houston people, but it's not really inclusive. They'll say what they need to say. Okay, a little background. I've lived at that house for 21 years. Before we decided to purchase there, we did homework like anybody would as far as what the zoning was, what the schools were like, and specifically where the commercial property was. And we thought the large lots would be really good. Buffering from the neighbors. We liked what was behind us. At that time it was Coney Island. The closest commercial development was 2,000 feet away. We were involved with the appeal back in November, but it seems like we were all late to the game. Like most residents, we were opposed to the UP 1205, and we're pretty much taken aback that the town council appealed it and made the compromise to allow them the stipulation to go forward with their plan. Nonetheless, we were good citizens, most of us, and we have tolerated. All of us that met agree that we tolerated what's going on. But we're pretty much at a threshold, especially when it comes to noise and everything else. We have been good neighbors. We're not going to call up the cops during a wedding and say, hey, come break this up. I think it's maybe happened once or twice. Noise is really hard to measure. So vintage venues, there has been some charts that have been shown comparing commercial venues, other commercial venues that are similar to them. We feel that there's a big difference because where those venues are, except for one in their comparison charts, is in Val Vista Lakes. And it is that 1 minute? 2 minutes? We're comparing apples to oranges here because this is a commercial property trying to do business in a residential area. So we feel they're trying to shoehorn a 7-day-a-week business with their new changes they requested into a quiet residential area. And the other interesting thing is that this was originally presented as an owner-occupied building that would have occasional events. Well, the owner doesn't even live in Gilbert, and we believe that the people that live here should have their property rights protected above and beyond the commercial owner. This is just some of our snapshot of other, I'm not going to go into them because I'm running out of time, of the other venues in the area, and they're all zoned commercial except for one, which is Val Vista Lakes. So instead of saying, not in my backyard, put yourselves in our backyards. If you had someone that was having parties all the time, they were making noise, they're disturbing your peace, that's not really the definition of a good neighbor. Also, the sound from this barn, regardless of what what the owner says, I can hear it sometimes 700 feet away. Not continuous, not every event, but I can hear it. I've gone in, I've had to close my doors and windows at night so I can sleep because there's noise coming from that barn at 9:30 at night. I'm running a little bit of time. I borrowed some time from someone else, right? Okay, 2 minutes.
Who could you? Thank you.
Observations regarding public input. So we, several of us that I mentioned earlier, went through all of the public letters that were on record at the time that were in the packet, and found some interesting things. Of all the 4 inputs, approximately 80% of the letters and emails were from non-Gilbert residents, as far away from as Peoria, Fountain Hills, Queen Creek. A lot of them were potential customers, past customers, and vendors. There's no surprise there. They want the business. They want to have their event there with their alcohol. The form letters, if you look at the letters, the majority of them are form letters that say the same thing, just a different signature and a date. Most of the stuff from our side for the against, they had a little more personal touch to them, expressing our own interests. But the overall theme of the responses is we want alcohol on our property for our event. If you look at it, it's over and over and over again. For the against inputs, all are from the nearby Gilbert neighbors that are close proximity, so Val Vista Lakes, Carriage Park, and the Houston neighborhoods. Some are duplicated by addresses. Am I out there again?
No. Did we reset that clock? Oh, that was another 3.
6 minutes.
Oh.
I'll speed through this. I'm almost done.
Okay.
Some are duplicates by addresses, spouses. They're interesting enough inputs from 4 Houston residents. They've actually flip-flopped. They were for in the beginning, now they're against. So they have changed it. So the overall theme of our responses is Mr. Elliott, and I think Marlene had already mentioned this. He made promises, and now he wants to change the rules of the game. And it's unfortunate that he made some risky business decisions investing into the business. I believe he's done a good job. He's trying to do the best he can, but it is what it is, and he needs to abide by that. I'm just going to skip over this, but alcohol and noise, I won't go into it, but I believe that you add alcohol to any event, you're going to increase the volume. It's not scientific, but I bet anybody that's been in a bar or been to a party, as the party progresses, it gets louder and louder. And I don't know how you're going to control that. So the conclusion, we don't believe that this should be approved. We don't have any problem with the parking issues, and we don't have any problem with the time, as long as he can do 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., plus an hour on either end for setup and takedown. And we'd still like to have it restricted more instead of having it, any weekday plus the weekends. We want to say no to Sunday, no to Wednesday, pick a day, another day that you want to operate in, so we limit the exposure to the neighborhood. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the resident? So there was a quick question for you. Are you saying that any other day, or just holding to what they have, and like if they wanted to change it to a different
The
day?
original request, an existing operating plan says primarily Friday and Saturday and an occasional weekday. This is like a little open-ended. Now you start talking corporate events. If he wants to operate certain days, he should say, these are the days I can operate. And we're still not really comfortable with the open-ended Wednesdays and Sundays, because there's too much crossover between the church activities and his activities.
Okay,
Potential crossover.
thank you. Okay, that brings us to the next speaker, Ron Barney.
Find out, this is the venue right here. I'm sorry. My name's Ron Barney. I reside in 2451 East Desert Lane.
Okay.
I'm a short-time resident of Gilbert. I've only been here for 24 years. I reside in this. This is the barn right here.
Now up a little bit. Yep.
Right there. My property is located right here, and my other property is right here.
Yeah, thank you.
So I need the glasses so I can see, but that'll blind me more. So I'll try to get through here real quickly. The one house, as you stated, is about 210 feet away. I can see a straight shot into the barn. I was in support of the venue in the first round. In our support, the first time several people came, there were friends and neighbors in the neighborhood, and it created kind of a rift in the neighborhood. It caused some real tension. To this day, there's one neighbor that still won't speak to me because we were in favor of bringing this together. We stood up, we defended the barn, and in order to get it in so that we could have it in our neighborhood. Our concern now is why are we changing what was approved? Staff just came through and they says that the items that he's asking for are the ones that the town council put as stipulations in the end. So why are we changing now? Why are we coming back for the stipulations that they set in the last hearing that we went through? Why is it that we have to go through this again? Why do we have to stir the feelings up in the neighborhood? There were compromises made to get this process through, and now we're bringing it all back to the table. I ask, why are the changes? Who benefits from these changes? Does this help benefit the neighbors that are in the neighborhood? If you looked at everyone that was there was 6% of the neighbors that the letters that were received in for it are neighborhood. But in our case, if you look at it, over 50% are the area, the exact neighborhood people. It was more than that. I should have wrote down the numbers. But so what's changed? Because the venue isn't as profitable as the Elliots desired, they feel the need to come back and ask for the changes to make the venue more profitable. Not to be callous, but why is this our problem? Why is it the neighborhood problem that this has come into place? When we came in, he knew that this was the rules. He knew there was no alcohol. He knew these stipulations were there, and he was willing to do it. Now we're coming back and saying, well, it's not making us enough money, or the people want to have it, so I want to add this to it. I want to talk about on the subject of extra days, Wednesdays and Sundays. Wednesday night is Bible study in both churches. If you say, well, when it's available, he says, how do you know when the church is going to have a function? I work with scouts all the time, and I can tell you I have 1 minute. I'm going to use my wife's time, Donna Barney. But I work with scouts, and I can tell you a week in advance they're saying, I need to have the building in this night. How do you know when you set a wedding or a venue, you've got to have that thing planned out months and months in advance. So how do we know it's not going to be a conflict? They say, work it out. And I don't understand why Sunday is even a question. Sunday is something that's our day. He says it doesn't matter to him, so let's just take it off the table. If it doesn't matter to him, why should that exist? So I don't believe that Sunday should be something that we should even be discussing in the process. As for the extra hours, I'm an early bird, so it doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't seem to affect me. But in talking to some of the neighbors, they're concerned about the early morning, 7:30. Some of them are not up. And so this would be a problem for them. I think that we should give them time to clean up. I don't think we should extend the hours of operation from 10 to 10 any further, but an hour in front, give them an hour in the back so they can clean up. That's only reasonable for them to be able to do it. Keep the noise down, but for them to clean up. We don't want them to have to come back the next morning to do that. As far as alcohol, I was one of the ones that was quoted, said I was okay for a toast. Well, what is a toast? As you talk about it, I was thinking a toast between the bride and the groom. But as I'm understanding it, they're saying, Brian Toon's going to give me his minutes. So it says, what is a toast? And a toast is everyone in the party have to have an alcohol drink? Well, then I'm totally opposed to it. If it's a friendly toast between the bride and the groom, I don't have an issue with that. Dennis assures us, he says he'll manage to keep it under control. If he has this magical answer of how to keep this under control, maybe he should share a secret with the rest of town so we don't have so many DUIs and accidents. Maybe there's something that we're missing because we have that problem. I'm not going to say more on that because others will talk on that. But on the outdoor speakers, he's asking for outdoor speakers on the outside when he's having a wedding so he can have the soft music to be heard in the yard area or the speakers as he mentioned. Per Dennis, when the music volume goes up and the dance starts, he'll put the speakers back inside. As I understand it, he only wants non-amplified musical instruments and soft dinner music for outside. The CUP says no live bands, and that's what everybody's question. What's a live band? So where are we going to draw the line? Where's the limits? Where does it come into? We went to the meeting, myself, my wife, Mike Kelly, who lives just to the right here, who's a good friend of mine. We were there, and then Commissioner, you came right at the end, and we're there. So we were there to try and look. We're trying to figure out if we can get something that can work together as neighbors. But as we looked at it, and he came in, what he did, it wasn't offensive to me, and the noise didn't, from inside to outside, didn't make any difference as far as the volume. But if it doesn't make any difference in the volume, why do we need to change it? That's something to do. What is dinner music? What is too loud? The noise level at this point doesn't bother me. It hasn't bothered me. But I have to tell you, my wife tells me that I'm half deaf, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But when I drive down the road, I have the radio going, and I have it in the background as I'm driving down the road and I'm doing my business. And it's my wife's going to give me her 2 minutes. Donna Barney, Mary Stock, Donna Barney, whichever one you want to do. So as I'm driving down the road, I have background music, and it doesn't bother me. I have an earphone in, so I'm legal. I'm okay. But what I'm saying is that to me it doesn't bother me. To my wife, we were coming back from a trip and we're coming down the road, and almost she says, "Can you turn that music off?" Because it bothers her, but to me I don't hear it. So what bothers me, what bothers someone else may be different. So Mike Kelly's the same as I am. He's the one to the north we just talked about. That kind of music doesn't bother me. He says there's some occasions that he hears the noise. As I go to asking and talking and hearing from other members, they start having a problem with the noise. They're saying that they hear it. I repeat, how much is too much? And so how much is too much so that it doesn't fall in that category that we're supposed to use, one of the 4 items that says would not reasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of nearby properties. So how much is that noise level that comes into there? So as we looked at it, we had the DJ that was there that night, and he made the comment. He says when I'm there and I'm playing music, and he says if the music gets too loud, he says Dennis comes over and tells me to turn around. It's like, okay, yeah, good job, Dennis, for controlling the music. The problem that we have is just this. People that play the music want to turn that volume up, and everyone that's been to these functions turns it up. So is Dennis always going to be there to monitor it and to control that volume? Is he going to be the one that does that? How do we make sure that this is happening all the time? When we were meeting with the mayor and some of the town council members and other people, Kyle was the one that said that he has to go out and monitor it. Do we want to have it so that he has set up a program that he has to go out, take the staff's time, and monitor the noise? Does Gilbert Town want to add this to their burden? Do we want to rely on some testing process that no one has? The process that you take it inside the house, close the doors, and you measure, and you say, okay, it's not above 55 decibels, so it's okay. just for reference, they use one reference of conversation. A vacuum is 70 decibels, so we're not quite as loud as the vacuum, and it's okay for us to have that kind of noise. So what about living outside in the backyards? How can the people that want to be outside and have the peace and quiet do that? Do we tell everybody, you're welcome to enjoy your backyards as long as you book the time in advance when the venue is not having a party? So it's okay to use your backyard when the venue is not having a party. If you forgot to schedule your own backyard, just go inside while the venue's having their party, and then you can enjoy your backyard when they're done. Or the great backup that we're told, just call the police. We'll send the police out there. Well, the police, do they know how to do this monitor testing? And they're going to tell us, well, it's not past this decibel, this there. Why, again, is this becoming our problem? I can't believe that the staff is recommending this. Would you want this in your backyard? Would you want to have this kind of noise coming to you that you have to deal with? We all have neighbors that have parties, and we are a contributor to that, where we have young kids and they turn the music up. But we know that's a once-in-a-while thing. We're talking about something that they want to do 2 days a week. They says a few times a week.
Well, we were setting it for a group, so if you could wrap up. Because
I'm almost there.
Well, just
okay.
A closing comment.
All right. So in closing, the issue that we have is from. We went through this process a while back. We're concerned, and let me tell you why I'm concerned. We're concerned about traffic. We're concerned about the other things. We had the school that came to us, right, and he talked about there being commercial buildings. When the school went in and they went in that neighborhood, we came in and we went through and we tried to get them to put a stoplight, tried to get them to round around the building so we wouldn't have traffic controls. And in the same area, they says, oh, don't worry about it. We're going to have traffic guards. We're going to take care of it. You won't have a traffic issue. And today, we can't leave or come home during those 15 minutes. Our concern is we're opening the door up. What is too much for each one of these categories? Why do we have to do the same thing? Try and come to my house and get in my house, in my driveway, when the school is letting out or the school is coming. We asked for it not to happen. It's put on us. We're concerned that this is going to get out of control. Who's going to monitor the sound? Who's going to monitor the control? Who's going to keep control of it? Dennis says he will do that. And
got a close comment.
So that's our question. My thing is give him his time for cleanup, setup. Give him his hour time. No alcohol, no new days, no louder music. Let us enjoy our homes. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant or for the resident? Okay. Thank you. And then just, I guess, kind of stating it again, that if you want more time, come together as a group so you can have a 5-minute speaker. So, I mean, we can't just keep giving time to each person. So, but we'll definitely have your 3 minutes to speak. And Julie Bader is next to speak.
Before the clock starts, I was told a different time that I would be able to speak. So condensing into 5 minutes, is 5 minutes it?
Well, unless you...
I mean, if I have people that have contributed their time, I'm going to have to, like, scratch things out. And
I mean, I can put you into the end of your line that you guys created to talk in order, but I can't give you more time to speak over what we're setting a direction so we could all speak in a matter of the same time frames.
So if I'm speaking for several people who can raise their hands, is that 5 minutes?
For 5 minutes.
Okay. This might be a little disjointed, but thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm going to just start by saying that an agreement was made and upheld 2 years ago, and it's frustrating to have to be here simply because an owner can fill out an application to ask to be relieved of his end of the bargain that was reached. And now with very little choice, we neighbors have to be here and to defend the integrity of our neighborhood. I'm going to skip through a few things. I'm going to go straight to alcohol, which I'm the most opposed to. And how do I do this? The data regarding The dangers of alcohol is out there, and this is just a little bit of it. And I want to say, while you peruse that no matter what the owner does, the consumption of alcohol can't be controlled. And I'm speaking from experience. 6 years ago, we attended a barn wedding out of state with a professional bartender and a cash bar, and 3 people handed my underage son alcoholic drinks before the management discovered it and brought it to our attention and brought it to the manager's attention, where it was promptly stopped. This too was a well-managed, elegant operation, and it happened under everybody's noses. Also regarding alcohol, the owner took it off the table early on to gain the support of a number of the neighbors to get this CUP. And I'm presenting here a timeline, and it's easy to question whether the owner ever intended to follow the stipulation. On January 4th, in a contract from the Vintage Barn, they said, we're working to have alcohol allowed. Then they had their grand opening on February 27th. In March of 2014, they said they were open and honest about not having a liquor license, but being able to apply for one later in the year. And then I'm just going to skip ahead to when we booked the Elegant Barn and put down our deposit, they assured us they would be obtaining a liquor license before our big day. Regarding enforcement, at the time the CUP was awarded, Commissioner Fuller said the good thing about a use permit is that it can be revoked. If it would be anything other than a use permit, it would be difficult to monitor and control. Well, since this use permit was issued, to date, there have been events during the permit process and subsequent appeal process. There have been events without a certificate of occupancy, having an event beyond 10 p.m., music played beyond 10 p.m., having more than one musical performer, overflow parking directed to Carriage Park Estate, which is not part of the parking plan, outdoor movie, which likely had speakers unless it was a silent movie. There was advertising on more than one website as a bed and breakfast. Advertising on more than one website is having a maximum capacity of 500 people, and also a competing event with the church when we were promised there would be no competing events. Regarding enforcement and revocation of a COP, it's not as easy as it would seem. In fact, it's next to impossible. Going to the findings, number one, the proposed changes are a detriment to the health, safety, and general welfare of the people living and working in the vicinity, etc. First off, given that the property is zoned residential and located in a residential neighborhood allowing alcohol, and the probability of impaired people on the same streets in the same times as our friends, neighbors, and local school children, it would be a detriment to the neighborhood and the public. Previously in a staff report, this finding was met based on the fact there were shorter hours, fewer days of operation, and no alcohol service. If we remove those stipulations, then the finding should no longer be met. Lastly, I have letters from 2 local realtors who state that in their professional opinion, the proposed changes would negatively impact nearby property values. One of them is from Pam Stevenson, and it's difficult to read that in the short amount of time that we have, but it's in your packets. And the other one is from Bill Travers, again, also in your packets. Regarding the intent of the general plan and the finding number 2.
Was that 5 minutes or 3 minutes? That was 5 minutes. So could you?
May I finish just the general plan part, please?
Yes, you can wrap it up, but very quickly.
Did the general plan intend for the owner to change the conditions at the neighbor's expense to solely benefit the owner? Did the general plan intend on the owner being kind of rewarded for sort of following the operation procedures by having those conditions lifted? Did the general plan insist on a CUP having a sort of probationary period, at which time the conditions would be lifted. And lastly, is this a good precedent to set for this CUP or any future CUPs in Gilbert? And there's more, and I would like to summarize, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Oh, yeah, I didn't get a chance to point to the general area, just so we can have on the map of your residence, sorry.
Stuff out of the way, sorry about that. We are directly south of the church. Let's see, right there.
Okay.
Right over here. And it's important to note for us that this isn't just about being really far from the barn. We're actually very close to the parking lot and the accompanying noises that go with that when guests are coming and going.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Oh, no, we have one, well, we have two more. Sorry, there's a lot of green papers up here. Sally Emerson, next.
My name is Sally Emerson. My husband and I are the original owners of our property in Carriage Park. We live at 2460 East Gemini, just right next door to Julie. So if you remember where her house was, I'm just to the east of her. I think Julie did a wonderful job in summarizing a lot of the effects of alcohol. I think everybody has done a wonderful job in saying, you know, why are we here? The stipulations were put in place, you know, to make it tolerable for the neighbors and meet the requirements of conditions 1 and 4. By reversing these conditions, it seems to me that you're now making it not, you know, compliant, you know, with those conditions numbers 1 and 4. I'm trying to pare down with what I was going to say because it's been addressed before. One thing I do want to point out is, you know, the entry in and out of the venue is really very confusing. I observed it firsthand. People coming from the south side have a hard time, especially in the dark, knowing where to turn. There are 3 different lots or 3 different driveways in which to turn. There is a light there, you know, saying event parking, but that's about the extent of it. As far as having a traffic controller, that traffic controller was 100 feet from the road and really was not observing, you know, that people were having difficulty getting into the venue. I can only imagine that if alcohol were involved, that it would be even much more confusing when people are all trying to leave at the same time. The target age, you know, for this venue with the weddings, I would imagine would be between 21 and 34, you know, in that age group. That's when the majority of traffic deaths and accidents occur related to alcohol. As a physical therapist, I worked in rehab centers for well over 15 years with head injury patients and stroke patients as well, not stroke, but spinal cord injury, and have seen very well firsthand, you know, what the devastation of drinking and driving can cause. Well, Mr. Elliott has produced a plan for controlling the consumption of alcohol. I doubt that he can be that effective in controlling the ultimate use of alcohol. He can't control people drinking prior to the event. He can't control the parking lot for people during an event or perhaps after an event who want to continue with the party and tailgate a bit longer. Is he going to check purses? Is he going to have people empty their pockets, you know, to make sure that they're not bringing in drinks of their own if they don't want to buy from an open bar? We do, you know, in fact, we have a first-person account of Mr. Elliott telling his former co-owner to turn a blind eye when she discovered people drinking during an event. As Julie mentioned, most of us have had personal experiences relating to the consumption of alcohol and provision at different events and venues. In my own experience, where money has been involved, the bartenders are more likely to pour more, not less. You know, it's behooving, I think, to the town commission, you know, to can I borrow some minutes from somebody?
Well, if it'd only be 2 minutes, and then
Okay,
we're
I'm
dealing
just
with the
about
group,
done.
and then just to wrap it up because we're
Okay,
trying
I
not
am
to-
just about done.
Okay.
Um,
Well,
you know, I was
who are you borrowing time from, just so we can?
Oh, Henrik Eilers.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
What I was going to say is that, you know, when it comes to addition or to issuing a conditional use permit, the Planning Commission must determine if it meets the 4 criteria. I wonder now if a thorough study has been done again to assess the new situation with outdoor speakers, extended hours, and the use of alcohol. I would wonder, how is the city going to monitor and address the impact of all of these issues? How will they determine if it is unreasonably interfering with the use and enjoyment of my home and yard and that of my neighbors? Should the desire of one individual outweigh the concerns of many of the neighboring community? At the end of the day, each bride that has an event, each person that holds an event, or each person having a lunch or a dinner leaves the venue and returns to their residential venue. We are being put in a position to essentially be a part of each and every event that happens up to 7 days a week from 7:30 in the morning until 11 o'clock at night. To imply that the increased noise and traffic will not have an impact on us, I believe is ludicrous. I think enough is enough. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? And who, just because we didn't get that name one more time for the minutes.
Oh, Henrik.
Kendrick, and you have a green slip up here? Okay. Henrik? Yes. Okay, thank you. That moves us to Rebecca Harris.
Good evening. Hi. Before I start, can I clarify my time so I don't have to worry about being interrupted? I have about 5, maybe 5.5 minutes, and I'd like to use Carly Harris's time.
Still a total of 5 minutes.
It's total of 5 minutes.
Individually, you have 3 minutes. If you come in together as a group, you have a total of 5.
Right.
And no more, no less.
Okay, I'll talk fast. Do you want to, before I start, I'll show you where I live.
Harris, something.
Don't start the clock yet. Why is this not? Oh, right here, just south of the parking lot. Okay, so I have windows all along the back of my house. It's one of the reasons we picked this house, because 19 years ago, because it extends our living to the outdoors. We spend a lot of time in our backyard, and the Elegant Barn is directly behind our house, with just the parking lot behind us. The events at the barn as it stands now are clearly audible in my backyard, and when the applicant was operating with speakers outside, before he had his permit, the events were clearly audible in my house. They disrupted my sleep. One of our favorite things to do in the evening is go outside. In the summer, we sit in the pool, we talk about our day, help our kids with their problems. Now with the Elegant Barn operating, the outdoor events often include noises like operatic singing or announcements or very audible bass. To me, this is definitely unreasonably interfering with the enjoyment of my property. But the word unreasonable is way too open to interpretation. It means something different to the many neighbors who are affected by this venue than it must to the planning staff. I believe the finding 4 is already not met, and it's not just me, as evidenced by the overwhelming opposition of neighbors and the letters that you've received. There have been many neighbors who have stated that this venue interferes with their lives and the enjoyment of their properties. Also, finding 4 says nothing about the Gilbert Noise Ordinance. The noise ordinance is broad, and I think it's unreasonable to apply it in this situation. I don't want a conversation in my home, and I don't want a vacuum in my backyard. I think it definitely unreasonably interferes with the enjoyment of nearby properties. It's also unenforceable. The town won't be able to send someone with a decibel meter to my home at 6 o'clock when my daughter's trying to study or at 9 o'clock when I'm trying to sleep. Also, the intent of the venue has completely changed from owner-occupied residence with occasional event use to one that is no longer occupied by the owner and is focused only on commercial events. Decisions were made and stipulations put in place under the assumption that this would be residentially friendly, not a commercial enterprise. There are 2 4-page documents that I submitted to you in this effect. The first are quotes from the planning meeting, and the second are quotes from the staff report to the town council. They show that the applicant and staff state over and over again that the property is not a commercial use, that it is a residential use with occasional events 2 to 3 times a week. That has changed. They state they will not hold competing events with the church and that they have no intention of serving alcohol. That has changed. That the events would not impact the neighborhood because they will be limited in hours and days. It already does. The applicant stated that there seemed to be a misconception that this would be a commercial event venue. Well, it looks like it wasn't a misconception, but foresight. All of these statements were relied on in order to ensure that the venue would not adversely impact surrounding properties. Chairman Whitman, chairman at that time, even said that not being turned over to a full-time commercial use was huge for her. These documents and the evidence you've heard tonight show that the applicant has already changed the conditions, and the CUP already has a negative impact on our community. This amendment, if granted, will only increase that impact. It doesn't matter, actually, back up, whatever you do, please be very specific in what you decide tonight. It doesn't really matter what the applicant says tonight about how his business will operate. It's unenforceable unless it's specifically written in a stipulation or as part of the operating procedure. It doesn't matter that the applicant says he will operate only until 10. If you give him operating hours until 11, he will operate until 11, and there will be nothing we can do about it. It doesn't matter that the applicant says he will keep music to dinner music level. If you allow speakers outside, the volume can increase to be unreasonably loud, as witnessed before when he had events with speakers outside. It will be unenforceable, and there will be nothing we can do about it. It doesn't matter that the applicant says he will control alcohol. If you allow alcohol, people will get drunk, and we will have drunk people in our neighborhood. And again, there will be nothing we can do about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with operating a business out of your home, as long as it doesn't interfere with the neighbor's property rights. I'm asking you to please protect us, the neighbors. Please protect our property rights and the right for us to enjoy our properties and our homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
I was just reading through while you were speaking. Definitely good information. Do we have any questions for the resident? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, how has been brought up to us is that each individual speaker wants to speak individually. So really like to try to get back to that, and that's the next round of people have all said they want to speak individually. So next up is James Bader, and then behind him would be Scott Bader. Oh, yeah, we found one. So then after James Bader would be James Floyd.
Hello, I'm James Bader.
Yeah.
I was born and I was raised in that house from the age of 3. I was up in college when most of the...
Where do you reside now?
I live in a neighborhood nearby.
Okay. In town? Just a city of residence. For the record, just in city of residence.
Gilbert.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, I was in college, and in college I dealt a lot with numbers, and throughout the applicant's presentation I didn't see many numbers. I just saw a lot of opinions and ways that this is going to affect him. And since I've been home, a few times I've been over at my parents' house while his events have been going on, and it is clearly audible, and it is clearly degrading to the time that I can spend outside. I can see an overwhelming amount of numbers when it comes to the letters that have been sent in to you, the council, and to the city, in that a vast majority of the against are coming from the local neighborhood, whereas a vast majority of the for are coming from communities outside of the neighborhood. I really just hope that the promises that are made in the events at the applicant's event home are more sustaining than the ones he's made to you.
Thank you. Next up would be James Floyd in your town of residence or city of residence.
Yeah, James Floyd, 2660 East Desert Lane. I live 8 houses south or north and east of that venue. Since they have started their business there, the parking has been an issue. They take up the parking at the church, they take up the parking at the corner church, and when they have an event, you can't drive up and down Desert Lane because they park on both sides of the street, and their shuttle vehicle takes up the middle of the street. Our street is only not as wide as this chamber here. In Houston, which they say they paved, if a fire truck pulls on that, nobody else can pass. It's only a 1-lane vehicle. The noise level at my house, I can hear Dos Gringos across at Baseline in Greenfield. And if they have their parties with outside speakers, we're on acre and 2.5 acre parcels. So their noise level comes right down to us. We don't have big block walls on our property. Most of us have chain link fences to keep animals and such as that. I think I don't like them. I have the charter school at the end of the street. As Mr. Barney says, twice a day you can't get out the end of the street because of the school traffic jam. And if they have an event at 7 o'clock in the morning with the corporate, the parking of 200 people would take up all of the church parking lot and all the way down the end of our street. I hope you oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Frank Stock. And then after Frank Stock, Mello Wheeler.
Hi, my name's Frank Stock. I'm proud to be a Gilbert resident. As you know, we're voted as one of the best places to live in the nation. I feel that a lot of that is because of our integrity and the honesty with which we do business here in Gilbert. I actually live more than about a block away from this event, so the noise and the alcohol only affects my children when they drive into that neighborhood. But I'm concerned about the precedent that it sets for our community, that a deal was broken already. We're here contesting that right now. If a new deal is made, what's to say that one's not going to be broken a year from now as well? I respectfully encourage you to block this application, as I feel our honor as the town of Gilbert is on the line.
So just to clarify the statement, you say a deal's been broken. Well, I'm just trying to understand.
There were certain promises and stipulations that were made between the owner and the neighbors in the area. This presentation is basically to renegotiate that whole deal. They gave their approval under certain conditions, and now those conditions are being requested to be waived, and the neighbors object. I feel that sets a bad precedent for us as a town. And that's why I've never testified at a meeting before, but when I heard about this, I felt that it was important to come down and speak up.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitman.
And just to make it clear for everyone, you have the right at any time to come in and ask for anything. That's part of the public process. So they also have that right. It's not that they're not breaking, they're asking for something additional or for something different than what was previously approved. That's the process, which requires you to come back through. It requires them to come back through and hold public forum meetings in order to review those requests. So it's not as though they've broken the request, it's that they're asking for something new or different than what was previously approved, and therefore has to come through the process. So I know a few of you have brought up before that it's been broken, but I just wanted to clarify that that hasn't been broken. what they're asking for is something in addition to or different than what was previously approved.
So you don't feel there's a good faith issue here?
I'm not giving any sort of opinion right now while I'm hearing testimony from both sides. But what I'm saying is the process is the process. It's afforded to him, it's afforded to you, it's afforded to everybody in this room, it's afforded to every Gilbert resident.
I agree, and I think that's...
And so that's part of the process. Everybody's given that same opportunity. You can ask for anything that you want. Doesn't mean it's going to be approved, but that's the process. So I just wanted to clarify for everybody that what they're asking for tonight is simply because it's different than what was previously approved.
And at least in most people's mind, a violation of the good faith in which they supported the original proposition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mila Wheeler? Oh, and then next after her is Wendy Thompson. Go ahead. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Malia Wheeler. I live at this property right here. And I've been there just a little over a year, so I was not part of the original neighborhood meetings when all of this took place. I've been a longtime Gilbert resident. I came from a neighborhood where I had a particular neighbor across the street that was a trust fund child with no living parents that threw underage parties every night of the week, and it took the entire band of the neighborhood to call police on a consistent basis to bring this under control. So you're a very good salesman, Mr. Elliott. You do a very good presentation, and your business is a great model, but you're in the wrong place. We're a neighborhood, and we bought our property because
Ma'am, you need to speak to the commission. You don't speak to the audience. You speak to the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're a neighborhood, and we bought in there because it's a unique opportunity to raise our children in this location. I've lived in Gilbert 18 years, and I didn't know this neighborhood existed. And some of my neighbors have been there for 30, 40 years. It's a great place, and I invite you to come and visit us and see what we're talking about, because there's a human factor involved here. You can do a traffic study, you can do a noise study, and all of these things will be in compliance and findings are for, and it's approved. But come to our neighborhood and see what we're talking about. Would you want this at the end of your street? There's so many things that I was presented to speak upon, but everyone else has touched upon them. I would like to ask that perhaps we put in a stipulation with this amendment that he cannot come back for another 15, 30 years to amend anything.
That's not a stipulation we can add.
That we'll be here in a year, because then he wants to apply for his own liquor license instead of just having a third-party venue come in. When I walk my dog through the neighborhood on Houston Avenue behind the event, there's beer bottles in the parking lot. I sincerely doubt that comes from church events.
Is that, you're saying in the church's parking lot?
I've seen it on Houston Avenue on the dirt alley behind when I walk my dog out to Greenfield. When we call code compliance, they're told not to cite, Mr. Elliott. I've seen police in the parking lot for fender benders. There's no police reports available when we go to look for police reports. When we need the evidence, we don't have it there. There's a human factor here. We live here, we raise our children here. We live here. Please, hear us. He can run this business as a commercial venue on a commercial property. There are other places in Gilbert where he can do this successfully.
He's already
zoned.
He's already a business here. We're not here to discuss if the business is to be here or not to be here. It's the change of the amendment to the business.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So next is Wendy Thompson.
And just to clarify, I think it's important to note that we're here really, as Chairman mentioned, to discuss the application that's before us tonight, not the specific use as it stands today, but the requested changes to that use. And so please gear your comments and information towards those requests.
I didn't take a word of that in.
I was trying to figure out where my house was. My name is Kevin Thompson. I'm now Wendy Thompson. I'm new to the neighborhood, and I live right there in 1,500 square feet. One of the things that I wasn't aware of when we moved in was the school. So my main issue is not from some tremendous experience with what's happened in the neighborhood as far as the Elegant Barn. Mine is the traffic flow. And the school really is an impediment at the end of the road. If you try to go out and turn left onto Greenfield during those traffic times, it is next to impossible. So my concern primarily is the traffic flow itself. If there's an event going on and a morning event, right now you almost have to go down to Houston to go down that road to try to sneak out. And I'm sure the neighbors on Houston don't like that either. So I ask that you folks keep that all in mind. And we keep the residential neighborhood as residential as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Amy Higgins. And then after Amy Higgins, Cheryl McCoy.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm a resident and close neighbor to the barn. Mine is this, is it even on? Oh, okay, thanks. Right here, it's our property. When we moved in 2011, the barn was a family home. My husband and I live there. We have 7 young children, and my mother lives with us. We're concerned for our safety and for the safety of our wonderful neighbors. I would ask you why, because I'm going to address what he wants, because you're saying that the proposal isn't specifically what he wants, but yet he presented this whole thing about alcohol, so obviously that's the end game plan. So why would it be legal to take a family home and change it into a bar with music till late in the night and dancing? I have young kids, so 11 o'clock is late to me. Right in the middle of a neighborhood. I predict a lot of problems in the future if this is allowed. I can see many complaints and neighbors calling the police every time it gets out of hand. And it shares fences with residential neighbors. It's not by any means a commercial property. I mean, you saw the pictures before. It's a home with a barn. The Elegant Barn also, I'm sorry, some of this has already been covered, but I wanted to specifically talk about the road, Houston, and it's more like a path right there with the pictures of what he's paved was just the end part of the road. I've tried to turn around in that area. Someone was saying a fire truck. Mine's a van, but I had to do like a 10-point turnaround. I couldn't do a 3-point turnaround. I couldn't do a U-turn. It's a 10-point turnaround to get turned back around on Houston. It's a very small little area there, and someone said you could get 2 cars by, but I've not been able to do that. The reason why everybody's talking about Desert Lane, that's where our property, that's the street we live on. So Desert Lane and Houston are a horseshoe-shaped road. They back up against the canal, so there's no exit besides going from Desert Lane to Houston. You have to, it's all one community because it's right, or one street really, because there's a U-turn there, or it's a horseshoe shape. When there was a fire down the road on Desert Lane, it happened to be a time when there was school traffic. The fire trucks had to honk and honk and honk at the people that were pulled up to the school to get them to pull out of the area because it was completely blocking that part. And someone said, you know, or people many people have mentioned, to avoid that traffic, you can go on Houston, and many people do, because it blocks and you can't get through unless you're willing to wait a considerable amount of time. That's very dangerous to me. Remember that our sons and daughters are going to be driving on this road. Are we really going to have to call the cops when we don't see a policeman monitoring the alcohol usage? I don't think that that's very conceivable. you're just going to cause so many problems to try to uphold this place and make it alcohol friendly and to make it a bigger venue and expand it. Have you ever heard the story about the camel and the owners wanting to get into the owner's tent? He gets the nose in, then he gets a little bit more in, but before the owner knows it, the camel's completely inside the tent. We need to agree to the agreement that was already made in 2012. We need to stick to that. Those findings have been found. There have been studies done. We need to stick to that so that we don't have to keep coming back here every year. If he knows that these are good findings and sticks to them, then great. If he can't stick to these findings, then he needs to find a more appropriate area for his venue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Cheryl McCoy. Good morning. And then after her is Mary Harris.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Can you hear me? My residence is Gilbert, and everything that's west of Greenfield is Val Vista Lakes, which I happen to be on the board, so I'm going to speak to that because I've had more than several residents ask me to do this. 2012, when these folks first brought this to town, they presented the barn as a small place to do informal, intimate weddings and parties, and I believe they even said boutiques. As HOA president at that point, I had received many, many comments, and believe me, there were very clear concerns as to the impact this may have on our neighborhoods, traffic, noise, etc. Marlene Jolly was presented as the wedding planner, and she was a well-known figure in the East Valley, and compromises and promises were drawn out. While we didn't agree with all, we respectfully abided by the decisions made. At the time, we also voiced to the committee as well as the town council that we were afraid that this would not be enough for these folks. It looks like we were correct. In my opinion, not only have they violated the original CUP on so many levels, but now they want to ramp it up even further. They promised traffic control. They have Mr. Elliott in an orange vest sitting in a chair with a flashlight. I have experienced that. I've seen it. This is no such control. My son and I were going south, just to give you a personal anecdotal story. We were going south on Greenfield at 8:30 p.m. on a Friday night while they were having a large event, and we were nearly hit by a car coming out of the event going the wrong way. We also observed that the parking lot of the church is not sufficient, and there are many, many pedestrians crossing Greenfield, jaywalking to where they parked in the neighborhoods across in Val Vista Lakes. These folks have also been directed to go across there and park in our neighborhoods. As I stated originally, we already deal with the noise from Dos Gringos. I said this a couple years ago, and I was told that that really wasn't a factor. Well, it is a factor. It's a factor of noise from the north, and noise does carry, and especially at night. So now we've got concerns, and we've got Val Vista Lakes residents here that actually hear the noise also from the east. Dos Gringos has had to been forced to turn their speakers inside. We still hear it. And that can be heard for miles. I'm actually in the middle, right? Oh, where is that? I'm actually right here, and I can hear it. So now they want to add speakers to the outside of the barn, more alcohol, even more cars, traffic congestion, and later hours, all crammed on 1.1 acre. You know, I know that there was some talk about Val Vista Lakes Clubhouse and what we do there, and you know, maybe we were concerned that it would be you know, competition. It's not competition. We're well booked, but we are also on 10 acres. And the maximum that the fire marshal allows us to have in our venue is 250 people. We also don't feed out onto a main road. We feed out into a feeder road. We also employ a sheriff, a member of the sheriffs. And by the way, they charge $26 an hour. So,
can you wrap up?
I am wrapping up.
All right, thank you.
You know, I urge you to reject this latest request. We have 10,500 at least residents in Val Vista Lakes and 2,700 homes, and I hope that you would take at least part of that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Harris, please. And then after Mary would be Kelly Stapleton. Does Mary wish to speak? Oh, she left? Okay. Well, she was opposed, and she noted that she wished to speak, but she is opposed. So next, Kelly Stapleton. I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, okay. It's noted that you opposed the item, though. I'm sorry, I can't see it. Green is the last name?
3034 East Michelle.
At 3034 East Michelle Way. Okay, well, opposed to the item. Then Jessica Gilligan. Okay, opposed to the item as well. And Rich Peterson.
My name is Rich Pattison. My home is right, let's see, this is right here. I'm fairly close to the Elegant Barn. Allowing outdoor speakers for business commercial purposes in a residential area is likely, very likely, going to disturb the peace of the surrounding residents, especially given the many testimonies that we've heard tonight. The disturbance of the peace has occurred, I would like you all to note, during the time that the outdoor speakers were not permitted. I would like to repeat that. The disturbance of the peace that we've heard testimony tonight has occurred while the applicant was not allowed to use speakers outdoors. The Municipal Code Section 4261, the town has taken precautions to protect the safety and welfare of the citizenry. At certain levels, noises are detrimental to the, I'm quoting the code right now. At certain levels, noises are detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizenry, and in the public interest, such noise shall be systematically proscribed. I would submit to you that there's a litmus test in all this. Would you want a corporate event/wedding reception center adjacent to your personal residence? Would you want to come home from work and hear the booming bass of the reception center loudspeakers? What if you had young children needing to retire at 8 p.m.? What if you had an ailing loved one whose health depended on adequate rest? What if you simply wanted to have a guest over for a social event? I would also like to raise to the commission that there may be future legal consequences. A similar case, I quote, interpreting the special exception of single-family residential use as including a banquet hall wedding reception facility, the municipality is acting as a quasi-legislative entity. I don't think that the town of Gilbert wants to function as a quasi-legislative entity. Anyways, I would like to just submit to you that it's very likely that allowing outdoor speakers in this area is going to cause a disturbance of the peace and the health and welfare of the citizenry. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to read into the record of the people who gave up time, but just making sure that they're into the record for their opposition, which all these are, opposition to the item at hand. Mary Stock, Town of Gilbert, Dana Wheeler, Town of Gilbert, and Donna Barney. And so and they were all opposed to the item. And then for people who did not wish to speak tonight but were opposed to the item, Ashley Patton, Hinder, and I do apologize if I'm not saying your name properly, but we do have it on the card here. Hinda Ailes, M&J Schonenberg, and these are all people opposed to the item. Julie Bach and Roland, Byron Tone, Jody Friedman, Wayne Mulholland, Dan Millward, Alice Millward, Miranda Overson, Haley Overson, Brianna Stagan, Megan Hill, Brianna Kirby, Becca Kirby, and a blank one. And then I do have a person, Georgia Mulholland, wished to speak but didn't note if they were for or against. Opposed. It just wasn't marked on the card. So, and she's opposed. You didn't wish, did you wish to speak? Oh, yeah, please, come on up.
I'm Georgia Mulholland. I live in Carriage Park Estates, and I really can't tell where I am. But the one thing I would like, I've been listening to all of this, but as of January, New Year's last year, he held an event, and he posted it online at $30 a person at the door. I am very concerned when we get this kind of information going out there that what he's really trying to do is run a bar. I don't want him to have the ability to run events by the barn and then sell tickets to get into it. Because as far as I'm concerned, that is strictly a bar. That's just not what this thing was represented to be. He should be renting the facility to organizations and groups, but not running events himself. And certainly not collecting money at the door to get people in. And that's really all I had to say.
Thank you. Okay. For the next speaker is Terry Fong, in favor of this item and wish to speak. And then after, go ahead. I'm just getting the next person to be Mona Williams.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Commission.
Thank you.
A couple of you I think I've met before. My name is Terry Fong, and I'm an attorney in Gilbert. I don't live in this neighborhood, but I own a law firm in Gilbert, and I've practiced here for 10 years. I am not here today in a professional capacity representing the Elliots. In other words, they're not paying me to be here. So I'm going to speak very fast. But I'm here, I'm volunteering my time just so that I can have an opportunity to share with the Commission my personal experiences that I've had with the Elliots. Just this past spring, my stepson was getting married, and he and his wife were looking for a facility in which they wanted to host maybe 150 people at the most. They didn't want something that was over the top, that was going to cause their parents a lot of financial grief. And so they were looking for moderately priced place, classy, and lo and behold, they stumbled onto the Elegant Barn. At that point in time, we didn't realize that we were probably the first wedding to book at that place. The wedding was in May. We found the place. It was beautiful. It was not fully perfect yet. They were still building out some things, but already we could see that the ambience was perfect. It really embodied everything that Gilbert Good had to offer. Very rustic atmosphere, very classy, not over the top, but very comfortable. We had the facility. The Elliots executed that event perfectly, even though they were just starting out. We had no complaints. The food service was great. The music was good. People came in, were done by the right time. They were very hands-on owners. They were there every step of the way, just watching things. And my wife, who's very hard to please, didn't have a single complaint. One issue, though, is one of the big ones before the commission is the issue of alcohol. And we have to say that that was a big issue with us. We're not big, heavy drinkers, but for a wedding, we would like to have a glass of wine and a toast. And that almost tipped the balance against the Elegant Barn, and it was a close call. But in the end, we liked that facility so much. It was located so well in Gilbert that we decided we were going to make alternative arrangements later for that aspect of it. In closing, I feel like that facility, the Elegant Barn, is a great asset for the town of Gilbert. It embodies and embraces everything positive about Gilbert, the image of Gilbert as a very friendly, rustic town. It embraces Gilbert's heritage, the farming, ranching traditions, as well as putting on a very classy atmosphere to it. And I can only say it's going to be an asset to this town. And I think that whatever we can do to help this business succeed is going to pay off for the town in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Mona Williams.
Hi, I'm Manya Williams. I live in Carriage Park. I'm just sitting here listening to all this, and I just think it's really, really sad the way this has come down. The woman that was talking about the New Year's Eve event, that was actually an LDS young single adult event was there, and there was no alcohol served. They don't drink. So I don't know what she was referring to. And there's been a lot of reference tonight to promises. I agree with you that the Elliots have not broken any promises. They're coming back like they're legally supposed to, like we're all allowed to, and we're all here trying to figure this out. Now, I know from experience, when we're talking about promises here, a couple of years ago when this was brought up to the council, I was against it. And then I found out the facts, which is what I deal with is facts, and went to their attorney and found out that the facts that the people in Carriage Park were passing around were not actually the facts. So I called the neighbors that live on the street that back up to this venue, and also sent them Facebook messages, whatever I could. On a night when I knew that there was going to be an event going on, I called them a few nights before to see if there was any way I could come. None of them responded to me, so I took on my own responsibility and went behind their homes and stood behind their homes with the speakers full blast blowing, and the doors were open because this was before they were actually open for business. The attorneys turned on all the music as loud as it could be with all the doors open. I could not hear one bit of music with the barrier of the church that's there, and then the parking lot, and then that there was no noise whatsoever. So I don't know what people are saying that they can't enjoy their neighborhood. The people that are talking about being here for 20-something years, so have I. I've been living in Carriage Park for 20-something years. When I moved in, Greenfield was a 2-lane road. Okay, things have changed. The noises are coming from Greenfield and the freeway. Those are louder than anything that's coming from the barn. So when you chose to build your house next to Greenfield, then you chose that you're probably going to have some noise later on as Greenfield has grown. If you pull out of my neighborhood onto Greenfield around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you can't make a left-hand turn. The street is packed up from all the way from Guadalupe to Baseline, people coming home from work. So you can see over the 20-something years, things have changed in that neighborhood, and that's part of life, that things change. I also want to mention that their former partner who stood up earlier, this is just, to me, this is just all about emotion. Okay, she's not a partner anymore, so she's upset. I sat in a meeting with their attorney, with them, and with her, and heard her say, We go ahead and this is all these people that are now against the barn that were for them because they're friends with her. She sat in that meeting in front of me, and I heard her say, we go ahead and we get the liquor license and we do whatever we want with the parking, and we ask for forgiveness later. So I sat there and heard that from my own ears. I deal with facts. I can't sit here and let these people say the things that they're saying when I know what I know and I deal with facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Melody Crandall? Oh.
Eric Williams.
Oh.
I should be on there.
Can you fill out another one? Oh, wait. We have a lot of stacks. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We have your card.
Okay. Eric Williams. I've been a Gilbert resident for over 25 years. I've lived in Carriage Park Estates for over 21 years. This is my first time here in front of the council. I wasn't here 2 years ago. I wasn't in favor of a lot of things that my wife was. But you know what? My attitude has changed. We live in a community, not only we are first-class community commissioner and planning commission, but I thank you for being such a first-class community. We're in a community where we are proud of where we live. I was born in Mesa and I've been in Gilbert the last 25 years. Happy to be here. I think the thing we need to look at is why some of this is coming down. They're asking, I think, for reasonable things. I think they're asking for things that to compete in the business that they're trying to compete in. They're the only venue that does not have a liquor license. They're the only ones that have to close down at 11 o'clock, even though a lot of them are owned by friends of mine as well. And again, I know we believe in being fair. We believe in not being subject to color, race, religion, or any type of other. We're a fair community. But the one thing that I forgot to state, and I apologize, is I am also, and again, I say this very proudly, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I don't believe in drinking. But I think to be in an unfair position where they're in is not good for the community. I go to Gecko Grill. I go to all the other restaurants right around our corner that serve margaritas, that serve liquor. They're going to control what they have going on. Was I for Dennis in the beginning? Absolutely not. Do I think we live in a community that is an honest, fair, and upright community? It's like Martin Luther King said, I have a dream, and I think Dennis had a dream a year ago, and I think he believed everything he thought he was going to do. But he's seen in a year there need to be some minor tweaks, and I think that's what he's trying to do. I apologize for the people talking about the school. It has nothing to do with the school. The noise comes from Greenfield, and it also comes from the freeway. I live close to the Mallisons, and I apologize because my 4 weddings in my backyard were a lot louder than any of the ones that they put on anywhere else. And the parking was up and down the streets because I do know a lot of people being born and raised in Mesa. Am I in favor of alcohol? No. Am I in favor of this being passed? Absolutely 100% yes. And does it contradict with what I believe in? I don't believe so. Me, as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, we believe in every member being able to claim what they believe in, what they want, what they believe in, and they claim the privilege to let them believe in what they do as well. I think the most important thing to remember here is that, Dennis, as a neighbor, I apologize for those that have been negative to you, but we do live in the United States and everybody has their own opinion, but I am 100% in favor of these items being passed. Being a neighbor in Carriage Park, I'm going to offend a lot of people, and I apologize, but I feel myself, as long as you as a commission have to do what's right, and that's doing what's right for the town of Gilbert, and stand up and pass this in favor, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Melody Crandall.
I apologize. I'm going to have my daughter stand here because I'm not real steady. Oh. My name is Melody Crandall, and I'm the owner of a venue in Mesa. It's my vintage venue. We've been running it for about 4 years, and we're very similar to the Elegant Barn. I have single-family residences bordering my venue, and I'm an acre venue. And I've done a lot of work. I have a close relationship with my neighbors. We've worked with the Elliots. They're wonderful people, and a lot of the things that have been said tonight are, I hate to say incorrect, but that they are. My venue is on a main road. It's actually on Gilbert Road, and in the 4 years that we've been open there, we have had no traffic issues. If I need valet parking to pull parking in faster to my parking lot, we use them. We've never blocked Gilbert Road. We've had no parking issues. We don't allow the neighbors, the venue people, the brides, to park on the side streets at all. And let's see. We do allow alcohol on our property, but we don't have a liquor license. The barn is not looking for a liquor license. We just allow the brides that want to have alcohol served on their wedding days to have a licensed bartender serve the liquor. They can bring their alcohol. It's not liquor, it's alcohol. They can bring their alcohol, but the licensed bartender has to serve it. And they also have to have liability insurance. We don't serve to minors. They don't sell the liquor or the alcohol. They just serve the alcohol to the guests that are there. We have never had an alcohol incident in the 4 years. We work with a group of bartenders that are wonderful. They will do cutoffs. They don't serve if someone is going to get too much liquor or alcohol. And if our valet people are there, we don't let them have the keys to their car, and they can leave the cars overnight. So in 4 years, or almost 4 years that we've been open, we have had no alcohol-related instances. We also allow outdoor music. We are an outdoor venue, and we have to work within the City of Mesa guidelines. We close at 10 o'clock. Our music goes off at 10 o'clock. And this young lady right here is the one that monitors. We are on site all night. We have a decimeter. We do a walk around. We hold the decimeter at our gate, at our wall, to make sure that it doesn't exceed what we're allowed. And then during the night, I do a drive around to my neighbors. And my neighbors are right against my wall. They're not far away like they are at the barn here. They just border my block wall. And I do a drive around. I keep my windows open, I park, and I listen. And all of our neighbors have our phone numbers. If the music is, usually sometimes they feel the bass. I'm sorry, I have to hold my cheek up. If they feel the bass, they give us a call and we have them lighten up the bass. Let's see.
If you could just wrap it up a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was that just next minute?
Yeah.
We've had no complaints on our outdoor venue for any music or noise. And we don't run over. At 10 o'clock, it ends. We don't have the DJ last with music because we'll pull the cords or whatever. We're just so similar, and they're patterning after us, and neither one of us want to license for liquor. And we don't always have the liquor served or alcohol served. We have it if the bride requests it, and it's monitored, and we do monitor it. What? Oh, thank you. These are wonderful people. We've enjoyed them. They're caring, they're reliable, they're capable, and we are in favor of them having the modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, we have a question real quick before you leave.
Sorry, just wanted to, while you're up here, this is very interesting, and while you're up here, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions so we don't have to bring you back.
Oh, good.
That's okay. You mentioned a lot of details about your venue, and there were a couple things I wasn't sure about. What's the average number of people that you'd have at an event?
Well, I am limited. I do 100 or less.
Okay.
And I'm a small venue. I am totally outdoor. I have a special use permit, and like I said, I close at 10. I usually just do one a week. I am totally booked for this year. I can't do any more. I don't want to do any more.
Yeah. Well, that leads into my next question is, so if you're totally booked for a year, how many events would you have in a year would be a full booking?
Well, I have 31 weddings booked this year.
Okay. 31. Okay.
So, and I just might add that our venue, we just won 2 awards, the People's Choice and the Silver, what was it? Silver Choice from Wedding Wire. So we have a lot of happy brides. We're 5-star. And we've worked very carefully and closely with the Elliots. They've been to ours. They've helped us at our venue. And we share brides. And
right. Okay. Thank you.
It needs to pass. Thank you.
Okay, next to speak is Brian Wright. And then after Brian, Emily Hughes. Go ahead.
My name is Brian Wright, and I live 3 miles east of the venue on Wrecker and Baseline. Technically, it's the city of Mesa. I'm the business owner of Native Events. I supply rental products for many events in the East Valley. I have the opportunity to work closely with the Elegant Barn as well as Vintage Venue, Stonebridge Manor. I've worked in many of the peoples who have spoken here, their backyards, holding events for their children. Everyone is going to have different views. I support what the Elliots and what the Elegant Barn has to offer. I'm usually the first one there and the last one to leave, given I'm setting up the tables and chairs and taking down the tables and chairs. So I do believe that the extended time slot would help with the setting up and taking down. I've been able to witness the manner of which the Elegant Barn is managed, and it has done so very well. And I do support this, which has been presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Hughes was in favor. Would you like to speak? Okay. And then Kyle Nelson.
So I actually marked down that I wasn't going to speak tonight, but do I get my 3 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I am Melody Crandall's daughter, and I help run My Vintage Venue. And we do exactly how she explained. The only thing I wanted to stand up and defend tonight was somebody stood up and spoke about the Elegant Barn being a bed and breakfast. That was actually me. I was helping them to do some advertising when they were first opening. And I had opened accounts through wedding.com and Wedding Wire. And I had clicked a button that said bed and breakfast. And I think it was up for a month before it was caught, and we took it down because they have never been a bed and breakfast, nor were they, anyway. So I just wanted to have you put that on the record that that was never I guess, in the paperwork. So, or if it was my mistake. So I'm very in favor of this. We run a very successful family venue. I'm also LDS. I don't drink. But when you have good bartenders, I'd also like to say that I'm very frightened right now, obviously, but people are worried about people drinking and driving. I feel that you can get, I feel like it's safer because they're being monitored with the bartender, and especially if you have a sheriff. I feel like it's the people that are not being monitored on the streets that are a danger. But when they're coming from a venue and you have certain fail-safes in place, that it's safer because of that. So I'm in favor.
Thank you. Kyle Nelson. And then would be Randall Kellogg.
Hello, my name is Kyle Nelson. I'm a resident of Phoenix, but I was a former groom going to book our wedding at the barn. And so I'm here not only to voice my support in favor of the Elegant Barn, but to also serve as an example of what can happen if this proposal is not approved. My fiance and I got engaged on Christmas 2013, and we immediately set our date of April 11th, 2015. We looked at a ton of venues, and when we looked at the Elegant Barn, I'm told we fell in love with it. And not only did we fall in love with the barn, but also with Dennis and Stella. They're fantastic. And we knew we were taking a risk by booking with them because they did not have alcohol. And my fiance and I were both young attorneys. The average age of our guests will probably be more in the 50s, even with a good number of our friends there. But we think it's reasonable that we would like to have a champagne toast and beer and wine served with dinner. They showed us their proposal that was scheduled to be last August at the time we booked the venue. And looking at what they're asking for, it's completely reasonable for this type of venue and compared to all the other venues in the area. And there are a lot in the East Valley, and we looked at Stonebridge Manor, we looked at Via Siena, and we chose the barn because, I mean, it was perfect. It was great and just reasonably priced and the best that we looked at. So going on to, as of about November, when it became apparent of the dates of these meetings that we wouldn't be able to rely on this measure being passed in time for our April wedding, we decided that we had to go with our Plan B. So our wedding will have about 150 guests. Our initial budget was $20,000. We're unfortunately about $5,000 over that by now. And that does not include a rehearsal dinner, which we would have had in the Gilbert area, and along with transportation involved with that, as well as up to about 50 hotel rooms that would have also been at some of the preferred hotels, which would be spread out between Thursday and Saturday nights. And I can't even give you an estimate on how much value that would have been to the city of or the town of Gilbert. But I know that there's a lot of couples out there like us that are looking at the barn and would love to have their weddings there, but are, will be unable to if this measure doesn't pass. So therefore, I urge you to approve the changes to their to their permit, and also to consider yourselves lucky that you have proprietors like Dennis and Stella, because they're fantastic. And while you've lost our business in the town of Gilbert, you definitely don't want to lose them as business owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Randall Kellogg.
Hi, my name is Randall Kellogg. I'm also known as DJ Randy K. I'm one of the 2 DJs that's involved in their inclusive packages at Elegant Barn, so I've done a few. As a student of science, I'm more interested in fact instead of opinion, so I'll just state those. One of the opposition people said that you can't measure sound. You actually can. It's a decibel meter, and any good DJ has one with them, which I do at all times. Another opposition member said that they wanted to change the noise level. No, they don't. They would have read it, that the proposal just states they want to change the speaker location. And I just wanted to demonstrate how ridiculous this even is, that whether my speaker is inside the door or 3 feet this way outside the door, it is still 55 decibels at the courtyard at the altar, which is in the town noise ordinance, within town noise ordinance. And the further away from the altar you get, closer to the residences, obviously your decibel slope is going to drop dramatically, so well within town audible limits. And then the noise associated with the parking lot, if you look, some of the residents that said they live right here are showing in adjacent to how close they live to the parking lot. If you draw a string this way, you'll see that Greenfield Road is actually closer to their house than that parking lot. And if you go on a decibel website that's by a credible organization, you'll see that City Traffic Street has an average decibel level of 85 decibels. So at any given time is 30 decibels above the town ordinance, and after 10 is 40 decibels above the town ordinance. And nobody's stopping all the traffic on Greenfield to cite them. And as far as it being, another opposition member said that extended exposure would be detrimental or possibly damaging. That doesn't occur until above 95 decibels. Which is only 10 decibels away from a plane. So it takes quite a bit of sound level to ever be detrimental or damaging. Your car stereo is anywhere from 80 to 90 at a moderate level, not loud. As far as increased traffic in the neighborhood, they have 2 exits that exit right onto Greenfield. Unless they get lost and come into your neighborhood, I don't see how they're going to affect your traffic. And then as far as no accident reports being able to be found for fender benders, that's because unless there's an injury involved, fender benders are not handled by the police department. You are told to contact your insurance agent. The police have nothing to do with fender benders on private property, which is why you can't find them. Not because they were told it's not important. And then, I'm going quicker than I thought I would. All right, so if you're worried about alcohol causing DUIs, I'm at a lot of weddings, as you could probably imagine, and I can tell you that the vast majority of people that are at the weddings are mostly kids and parents and grandparents. People that statistically are not going to be your DUI offenders. Of the people that are left in that population would be a fraction of the people, or potential risks, as you might want to say, that would be coming, well, up here. Well, it's not really on the map, but somewhere up here around the rafting would be the restaurants that serve alcohol and the bars that are up there on Greenfield and Baseline. I'm sure they would contribute far greater to the possible DUIs on the road than the drinking age possible DUIs that are coming from a wedding venue. 5 seconds, cool. All right, any questions?
Oh, no, but thank you.
Thank you.
The next few are in favor of the item, but did not mark if they wish to speak or not. So is Samantha Stark here? Okay, well, I guess it's Samantha Stark. Would you wish to speak? Okay. And then after her would be Kathy Lancaster and Denton. Okay. Yes, it is marked that you're in favor. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. My name is Samantha Stark, and I am in approval of the situation. I'm not a resident of Gilbert. I'm a resident of Goodyear, but I am a vendor, and I'm also a bride. of the Elegant Barn. The alcohol situation, me and my fiance do both drink, but his family is completely against it. So for us and our friends, it was a huge situation for the barn to not be able to accept alcohol. And it's not that we're over drinkers or anything, it's just the fact that it's a wedding and it's a formal occasion, and my parents do not drink normally, but for a wedding they would have a toast or something like that. So as a bride, I'm not asking for them to let everybody get drunk and everything like that. I just want to be able to enjoy pieces of my wedding. But as a former employee of the police department in a different state, I would say when we always did events, police department is really good with that, even sheriff. They're not going to let things get out of hand. And as far as the venue hours, I approve for that also. 10 to 10 really isn't that long of a time, especially since my family has to clean up everything in a half hour. It's just not possible. It takes several hours to set all that up. This venue is pretty much a blank slate. You create everything yourself. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Okay. Next is Sean Mahoney. Wish to speak? No, but is in favor of the item. Letty Peterson. Oh, would you like to speak? Okay.
Sorry, I don't have much of a voice, but my name is Letty Peterson. I'm one of the preferred vendors at the barn. I would like to speak because I'd like to defend the Elliots, specifically in regards to something that Julie Bader mentioned about the January 31st event that was held. And someone also mentioned a Facebook event. I was the host of that event. That was, the barn was donated by the Elliots. It was supposed to be, it was a nonprofit event, so nothing went in their pockets. They did get a permit to do that party at that time. And I can tell you this, as the host of the event, it was a big complaint that the noise level from the DJ was too low. So I find it interesting that all the neighbors are saying it was a loud event, because that was the #1 complaint from people that we hosted the party. We did it again this year at a different event, venue, and that was a noticeable difference to people. So, and that was because Dennis Elliott was enforcing the noise. He was walking around shutting the doors. He came up to the DJ 5 times and asked him to turn the music down. So that nothing was done wrong on their part in regards to that. They followed the rules, and they were doing something to try to help young single LDS people have a good time in a safe place. So I have been at the barn many times. I work there often, and I can tell you that these are not people that break rules. Sometimes I wish they would, because it's frustrating for me. I would like to stay longer. I would like to recommend them to more of my brides, because I work at other places besides the Elegant Barn. But sometimes I can't say, hey, go to the Elegant Barn, because guess what? They close at 10 o'clock. Oh, guess what? You can't have any sort of alcohol there whatsoever. So there's a lot of things that, I mean, they are hindering the Elliots in their business here, but I can tell you, if you change the rules, they will abide by them. I have witnessed it many times. They are people who do what they say. These people saying that they're not doing that, not true. I've watched it many, many, many times. So I'm in favor of it. I know that if you extend that to them, they will honor what you ask them to do. And I think it will benefit the city of Gilbert. I can tell you, I could bring in 20 brides right now for them. So until they change that, it will hurt them, and it will hurt the city of Gilbert. So that's all.
Thank you. Okay. The next set of cards are marked that they don't wish to speak, but if at a point you did want to speak, just Weston Kester, was in favor of the item but does not want to speak. Sherry Perry is pro hours, is in favor of the item pro hours later and serve alcohol. Cody Perry, oh, I guess I can't talk anymore. Is in favor of the item but doesn't wish to speak. Notes that I've been in the parking lot, for 2 years and nothing has happened. I'm in favor of this item is Kayla Coaster. Also in favor of the item is Francis Circumore. And also in favor is Uni Sycamore. In favor of this item is Stacia Ethan. In favor of the item is Ellen Smith. Sorry. In favor of this item is Tamara Grayson. In favor of this item is Kenneth Grayson. In favor of this item, Diane Zapponi. We should be in favor of small business growth. In favor is Chad Hopkins. So that's all the cards that we have. Oh, I guess we have one more. Okay. But doesn't wish to speak, but read into the record here. Is in favor is Roy Bacamonte. Established history shows owner would be fulfilling of agreement. So at this moment, it's been a couple hours since we started. We're going to take a couple minute break to use the restroom, and then we'll come back and finish the case. Okay, we're going to adjourn, reconvene, and bring up the applicant if you wish to speak. But you just, in coming back, just limit to which one, but you have about 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity again. I really don't have a whole lot to say. I think there's been a whole lot said. Some of it I disagree with, obviously. But I do have a statement I'd like to read. I too have to wear the glasses. My wife and I discussed this statement. We want to express our gratitude to all participants for listening to our request for changes that will make the Elegant Barn even a better asset for the town of Gilbert. And when I say all participants, I really do mean all participants. We understand the fears. We get it. We would hope that our demonstrated performance for the last year would mitigate some of those fears. Obviously, it has not in all cases. We realize the business must be run with professionalism and consideration for our neighborhood, and we will continue to manage as we have for the last year. So once again, if we've been good for a year, you can expect that for the next year. It is our intent that by this time next year, we will have demonstrated that even with these minor changes, we are good stewards of the neighborhood trust. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Cavaney.
I did have one question on the hours of operation request for, I think it's 7:30 to 11 now, and I understand what the intent is on the upper end of 9:30 close the music, 10 close the event, 11 everything cease. But what is the intent in the morning? Is it just set up, or do you actually have some corporate events that commence at 7:30? What's the intent there? If there were some additional stipulation around that, what might it be?
Well, Commissioner Cavaney, what we're trying to do there is, again, respond to a set of customers. We have had various corporate-type people come to us and say, gee, we'd like to hold a training session, 20 people. What hours can we be here? Because we want to start at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I've said, I'm sorry, but I can't open until 10. Okay. And they said, well, that won't work for us because we need to do this. We'll go from like 8 till 10 and we're out of there. Okay. So we've had that about 2-3 different times, and I want to accommodate that class of business. That class of business is typically less noisy. They're not drinking. It's an easier thing to do. Training courses, seminars, that sort of thing. Now that doesn't mean that a corporation might not want to come in and say, gee, I want to have a dinner. Okay? And if they do, I want to be able to accommodate them. And so that's part of the whole thing. Hopefully I've answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any other statements for staff?
Hi, Chairman, members of the commission. Staff is just here to answer any questions. I put the list of conditions that staff has crafted. I broke them out individually so that you can discuss them individually, and we're just here to help you rearrange those or recraft those if you so wish. So.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Muti.
With regard to the shared parking agreement with the Spirit of Joy Church, has staff rendered an opinion as to whether or not that's in conflict with the deed restriction on the Spirit of Joy Church that says no wedding reception business to be conducted on this property?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, yes, back when that was brought up in the original case, it was said by our legal team and by staff that we didn't have any say over that restriction because it's a private party restriction that the town's not a party to. So that still stands unless Jack wants to add anything to that, but I believe that still stands.
I think that's an adequate summary.
Vice Chair Sipple.
Nicole, my question for you is the decision that we make and discussions we have here this evening,
Are we the final say?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, you are the final say, and you do approve this tonight. It's not a recommendation for approval or denial. It is an approval or a denial. However, there's an appeal process. Within 10 days, it can be filed by either side, and that would go to town council, similar to the original process.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Whitman.
I guess just one more confirmation. The applicant, is it correct, is not seeking a liquor license application. He's merely seeking the opportunity to hire a vendor to come in to serve alcohol through the vendor's license.
Yes, Commissioner Whitman, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for discussion. Who wants to talk first? Commissioner Muti?
Well, I certainly appreciate all the community participation tonight. It's a passionate neighborhood, and it's good to see everybody come out and speak. I have visited the barn. I've been on their website. I've driven around the neighborhood to get a sense of the area. I think it's a quality establishment and appear to be very responsible owners. That notwithstanding, for me, at least 3 of the 4 items, the alcohol, the music and outdoor speakers, and the hours of operation, I can't find how I would support those. As it relates to the findings of fact, I think the first 3 maybe are debatable, but the 4th finding of fact, stating the proposed use would not unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of nearby properties, I think the neighborhood is the final judge on that, and I've heard them speak tonight and say that it does negatively impact them. So for me, good planning avoids the potential conflicts, and it doesn't put the onus on the neighborhood to police potential disturbances. As for the parking and traffic plan, I'd like to hear more from some other commissioners. I'm not really sure. I'm not clear what's going to accomplish. It seems like that function is happening already. So we memorialize it here. I don't know what that really changes functionally, but I'd like to hear more from others.
Thank you. Commissioner Cavney?
Okay. Yeah, what a great turnout. Thank you, everybody. We love public input, and we're grateful that everybody came out. And thank you, Nicole. Great job in gathering and managing a lot of paperwork, a lot of responses. Appreciate that. So, and thank you to the LH. You guys run a great business. I hear I've not been to your facility, but I certainly have driven by it many, many times. I've lived in Gilbert many years, and I think you keep a good property, and you have plenty of support here saying that you do a good business, so I trust you do. And so thank you for doing that in Gilbert. Now, obviously, we have these multiple points to go over. I am very pleased to see that a lot of those who spoke tonight, who took the time to come here, live adjacent. I think that's important. I was afraid tonight we'd have a whole host of people that lived a couple miles away or whatever and really couldn't feel and see and hear what we can't necessarily feel and see and hear because we don't live there. So I was grateful that those folks came out. Thank you. And thank you for speaking. With that said, I have to give a lot of credibility to those people's issues. This is a commercial property functioning in a residential neighborhood under a use permit, and so it is important to recognize that residential component. And in effect, one thing that weighs in on me is, well, who was here first? Who had that enjoyment first? Who ought to benefit from that enjoyment first? So with that said, I think with the pedestrian access, I agree with Commissioner Muti. I think that's in place, and I think it's a betterment for the situation, and I don't think that harms any neighbors. With regards to the hours, I think as long as it was adequately stipulated that the music ends at 9:30, the venue closes at 10, and all activities cease by 11, I'm okay with the extension on the top end. I think on the lower end, I'm a little nervous about going to 7:30. I think that if it were a little later than that, I think it might be a little better. So I'm up for for influencing on that, but I don't mind extending it downward a little bit to help set up and do some other components. With regards to alcohol, I hear overwhelmingly the neighbors don't want that. I understand the request. I understand how in a lot of weddings that's a value, but I've heard too much concern, and I think the original placement or the original decision a year plus ago is something we need to maintain. Location of speakers, I think we're already on the borderline by putting the speaker in the door and aiming it outside. I don't think it's going to benefit the neighbors to place it outside. And the type of music, I don't think that should change from the original agreement. I think that that was a fair agreement at the beginning, given the location and conditions of the surrounding properties. So,
Thank you. Next. Commissioner Sippel.
Yeah, I'll go now. Again, I'll echo a lot of what my fellow commissioners have already said. Thank you again for coming out. You know, one of the things that saddens me a little bit is we've kind of pinned a neighborhood against each other here, right? There's a group that's for and there's a group that is against, and you all live in the same community together. But we are allowed to speak our minds and our wills and our thoughts. So I am saddened about that, and I'm hoping that the community continue to move forward with whatever the decision is here this evening and support the neighborly feel that we do have here in Gilbert. You know, as far as the 6 areas, I again agree with both of my commissioners about parking. I am right on with Commissioner Cavney on hours. I, however, am a little bit supportive of the 7:30. I get the corporate event piece of that, so the hours don't bother me at all. I am struggling with the alcohol, and to be honest with you, that seems to be the one that I'm struggling with the most. Just in the fact that my understanding is those venues around it can serve alcohol, and so the alcohol behaviors already, whatever it might be, is within the community that around it. So I'm not in a position on alcohol yet where I have a feeling one way or another on that one. I'm struggling with that. The speakers, I think the pictures showed a depiction of, I would agree, bending the rules. So my thought is you're going to continue to use them in the door anyways. What's 5 feet? So you're in the door, you're outside the door. I get the understanding that by moving it outside the door, it allows for flow. Right? Flow of people to come in and out the door. So, you know, honestly for me, the speakers outside don't necessarily bother me. I think that's already being bent a little bit. But you're able to do that because they're within the facility. As far as music that can be played, I actually am okay with having other opportunities for music. Whether it be multiple musicians or a speaker system set outside for announcements for a priest or whoever might be doing the service. So that's kind of where I stand on them. I think I've given some good input as far as where I stand on all of them. The only one I am still undecided about would be the liquor at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitman.
Thanks again, everybody, for coming out. We knew that this was going to be a contentious one. We'd have a lot of people in support, and we'd have a lot of people in opposition, and it was kind of the same way when the case originally came to us a couple years ago. So a lot of us were here for that. I think, yeah, most of us were here. So we remember vividly this case. And with respect to the request before us tonight, here are my thoughts. I'm okay with the parking and the traffic, obviously, because it just, I think, implements exactly what's already occurring on site. So it's nice to have that documented appropriately and for the town to have that as backup. With respect to the audio speakers, I'm okay with those as well. I think at a wedding or a venue like this, it's necessary, and you really want to be able to hear what's happening at the venue. And I think that that's also regulated by town code. And if it's not being properly handled, there's ways to to draw attention to that, and not necessarily through the police department, but through the code compliance office. So it's opportunities. There are opportunities for that. With regard to the bands and entertainment, I don't have. Again, I need to rely on the code and the code noise levels. With the hours of operation, me personally, I don't have an issue with the morning hours. I kind of can see the need for those. I don't think there's going to be a lot of them. I think if there's corporate events and that meetings need to start at 8 or 9 a.m., they need some time to set up. But the one part I'm struggling with is the Sunday evening activities that could run till 11. I think there needs to be some sort of cutoff. And with respect to alcohol, I struggle with this one because while I don't drink myself, I feel that in these types of situations and these types of venues that the bride and the groom need the opportunity to have or be able to offer to their guests a toast or something along with their dinner if they so choose. I think that the applicant, by offering to have a police officer there during that time or having a sheriff's officer, some way to regulate that, I think is beneficial. And I think if it does get passed, that we should maybe stipulate to that somehow, that if alcohol is to be served, that there should be a police officer or some police presence during that time. I understand. I feel like also that alcohol can be a perceived risk and a perceived issue. I know sometimes these issues drive a lot of fear into people, and they think of the worst and the worst case situation. But I think with this type of business and what they're offering to do as far as control measures, that I think they will put the proper measures in place to be able to control it. And I don't think that there will be the perceived issue that I think was expressed here this evening. So that's kind of, I think, where I stand with respect to this case.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall?
I just kind of to echo some of the comments that have already been made about the folks who have come and the appreciation we feel for that. In my line of work, I attend these kinds of meetings every so often, and I've done it all over the country, and I just appreciate the civility and I know there were some passionate feelings on both sides, and it was a good discussion. And kind of to follow the same sort of pattern of how the commissioners have gone down the list of items, my sort of as an introduction to that, my thoughts, there's been a lot of talk about whether these are reasonable requests for a venue of this type to operate, do other venues of this type operate this way and that sort of thing. And I think the element that's missing in that analysis are these reasonable requests for this location? It's not so much, could this be a better venue with these things added? Of course they could. Of course it could be a better venue. Of course it could be a more successful venue. But the question is whether it's appropriate for the location. And with that in mind, as I kind of run down the list, I agree with, I think, everybody who has spoken that the parking seems to be operating as they propose, and I don't have any strong feelings that it shouldn't be approved that way. As for the music type and outdoor speakers, I guess I feel similar to some other comments that as long as it's within the code, I don't see that as a major problem if the speaker's inside the door, outside the door, as long as we're not violating the decibel requirement under the code. Hours of operation, I don't, again, if there's a stipulation that as has been proposed, that the event stop, I think it was 9:30, and then or no, the music stops at 9:30. I think the event stops at 10, and then clean up by 11. I don't have a problem with that on the backside. On the early side, similar to Commissioner Whitman, I don't think we're talking about a lot of events, most likely, and I tend to think the early events are going to be less well attended. I guess the number of people coming is probably going to be lower. I don't see that as a major problem. I do. No one's mentioned this, and maybe this is a minor point, but I do wonder about the how reasonable it is to expect to end an event on New Year's at midnight. I'm not sure that's really going to happen, but so if that's in the mix, I think we're probably looking at a 12:30 end time and maybe a really quick cleanup. But I'm not sure how comfortable I am with New Year's events at that venue that late. Anyway, but so then moving on to the hot button issue, the alcohol. I have no doubt that this venue would get more bookings, happier clients or customers with alcohol being available, and I understand that it's served in virtually every other venue, but again, we're talking about not so much whether this is appropriate or good for a venue of this type, but for a venue of this type in this location. I thought it was interesting, the Mesa venue had a lot of similarities, but a couple of big differences, and one big difference was the number of bookings, 31 in a year. I think in the first year here, there were 57. If we're comparing, they're able to serve alcohol, and they have neighbors nearby, and it seems to be working out well. Here, we're talking about a lot more bookings with neighbors nearby, and so it seems, anyway, that stood out to me. And then, of course, the size of the events that were happening there seemed to be lower. So in thinking about all that, I'm less inclined to get behind the alcohol. But the other items, as I mentioned, not necessarily opposed to.
Great, thank you. Well, that leaves me. Oh, well, I guess Vice Chair Sipple.
Just one quick question of clarification. The opportunity of a tie is a motion fail.
Correct.
Thank you.
But you can always make a new motion.
Right. Okay. So interesting to see this case. When I first came on the commission, we had a couple cases that came through, and I was like, oh, well, it's nice to see attendance of 10, 15 people. And then we had this case. And this case came up, and we packed the room, and we did it again. So I definitely see the passion for this neighborhood, and I commend that. There's sometimes that you see a case and you don't see the passion of the neighborhood. So I do truly appreciate you guys coming out and stating for or against this project. Kind of going over back 2 years ago or so far when the case was, I put on my ball cap and snuck into the meeting. No one knew who I was, and kind of walked around listening to everybody and kind of seeing where things were. And it was good conversation at that point, and we had the case. And then again, I guess a couple weeks ago, we had another meeting, not as many people showing up, but some good conversation. So I've been able to walk the neighborhoods. I've come on other times, walked down Houston, and I truly see it as a neighborhood. I definitely am in favor of how the paving has come into Houston. Before was I was very worried before how people were going to come in and out, and how you guys did it every day. And you guys still have a dirt road further back, but it gives a little allure to the neighborhood. So I can definitely see the neighborhood portion of this project. And so a few of the items kind of going down the list. The pedestrian and parking is more of moving the pedestrian access through the cross where the pavement areas are. So I don't think that's really pulled up any issues for any of the other commissioners. When it comes to the allowable times and days, I'm kind of mixed on that a little bit. The hour, 7:30 hours, definitely I don't see it as an issue because those groups are going to be much smaller and not driving into the thick of the traffic, though there is a lot on Greenfield at that point in time. If we went to the later hours, definitely would look at closing by 10 and dealing with the 11 o'clock. So have a little bit of more on the back end that I wonder about. On the big item, the alcohol, I'm torn with it, but I definitely think as an establishment and how it's been running for a year, and listening to Vintage at another establishment that does have this same no actual alcohol license, but a alcohol brought to the site. I had a little difference in how I heard that, the statement, because they're an outdoor venue, which actually gave me more credence to the noise and use. So, you know, they seem to be more for bridals, because they said 31 weddings. And so, so I took a little different spin upon what was told to me. So I would lean more in favor of the alcohol. My more issues are with speakers and the band, because I think that's going to be the harder points of the control, and it's going to be the harder issues for the neighborhood. And you know, you ask what I want in my backyard, and I can see that notion. I think the controls of the sound are the tougher issue that will create more issues and more split for the neighborhood. So that's where I have more of an issue. The music outside, the speakers, if it's just for the wedding, I can see that, but then I worry about music controls. They had a music demonstration before I got there this last 2 weeks ago. I kind of wish I would have been able to make it a little earlier to hear that, but and the live band, again, I'm more worried about the controls of the noise in the neighborhood and it echoing through. So that's kind of where my thoughts are. So I guess we have some more discussion. Commissioner Cavney.
Yeah, so great input. I've been kind of tallying where we're at, and I think there's a couple of things we haven't flushed out yet. We've talked about the hours, and yet we haven't really talked about the day issue. Right. I think we kind of need to go there. Right now, prohibited Wednesday and Sunday, and nobody's really weighed in specifically on that. So I think we need to flesh that out. And then also the type of music. We're talking pretty much about the location of the speakers. I think we fixed on that, and we're kind of mixed, we're split. But the type of music, just reading through it again, it talks about the existing condition limits the type of performer to individual live performers only. And it just doesn't allow live bands. So I think we need to visit about that as well. And I think, I certainly want to open it up and hear everybody's thoughts, but I just want to make sure that we focus on the real issue. And I think Commissioner Hall said it well. He said this is a unique location for this type of venue. And as much as we want the Elegant Barn to be successful, I think we also have a real, we need to focus on the situation the neighbors face. And I'm afraid that maybe we're too worried about how the venue's performing and not as much about what the neighbors are experiencing. And I'm sensitive to that here because we've had a lot of feedback, and in fact, just so it's noted, there were a lot more cards tonight opposed than in favor, and that should be noted. So we have 44 for and 26 against. So
You're also, on most of these cases, opposition comes out, support does not.
yes, and I understand.
So
I'm not saying that needs to be a deciding factor, but we heard a lot of input tonight of concern, and I think we need to focus on that. I certainly want the Elegant Barn to be successful. I say it again, but I think we need to make sure we're doing it the right way here, and so.
Well, I'd agree with that sentiment. I mean, we definitely, I think all of us at the commission want to do right for the neighborhood and not only looking for the barn.
Right.
So, and as a business, yes, we want that to happen, but I definitely agree with taking care of the neighborhood's issues.
And I think we all feel that way. I don't mean to suggest we don't, but as we look at this, so just to kind of kick off the next round of discussion, none of us were opposed to the current pedestrian and traffic access issue. So I think we can, and again, I think it's important to note that this is not a holistic no. We're not saying no to any holistic part of this application. We're parting it here. We're piecing it. And I think for that part, we're largely in favor. I think for the hours, no one was necessarily opposed. We're still a little bit focused on the early end.
I think I brought up Sunday as a concern.
Yes, and so let's talk about the days. I think that's important. I'm fine with leaving it no Wednesdays and Sundays. I think that's a fair compromise to leave 2 days out of the week, and Sundays especially, that was noted.
You want to mark me down as no on the hours. I mean, I am challenged with the hours.
Okay.
I see that 7:30 start in the morning. I understand it's for more corporate and business type events. My company has a meeting here, that's 180 people, and we start at 7:30. So there's no guarantee that just because it's business and the 2 or 3 data points we have today are small groups, that will be the case down the road. I think all of these need to be taken to the likely extremes, because as a business grows and becomes more successful, those extremes are what we're going to experience. And that's what the neighbors have already experienced. The goalposts have already been moved. It's no longer has a full-time resident, right? So that's changed. It's no longer an accessory use. It is now a full-time business. The number of events that will be sought out per year are much greater than what was contemplated with the original approval. So just as those things have shifted, I think each one of these have to be taken to that extreme reality and say, is that right for this neighborhood in this context? So I do struggle with those hours.
Right, and that's a good point. At any moment, it could be abused because it's allowed.
I don't think it's nefarious or abused or malicious. I just think it's probably the nature of a successful business.
Right.
You do more and more, and you get more customers and more repeat business, and it grows and grows. You should expect that years down the road, you'll have much larger groups more consistently.
Okay, wonderful. So anyway, I guess the points I saw that we hadn't discussed were the days, and then perhaps a little bit more discussion on the types of music. We focused on this location of the speakers, but not so much types of music. So I think on the days, I'm fine with Wednesday and Sunday to remain as is, and type of music, I'm fine with remaining as is. That's my mark in the sand.
Okay. Commissioner Hall.
I don't know if staff or maybe somebody on the commission knows, but I just want to make sure I understand how the decibels are measured. Is that at the site? Is that at a property adjacent, or how? In order to comply with the code, do we know? Before I say that the code is how we should, that we should let this go with whatever the code says.
Commissioners, I don't have the code in front of me. I believe it is measured at the property line.
Okay.
May I jump in?
Yes.
I did look that up. I do have the code memorized on that section. It's measured from inside the property owner's house with the doors closed.
The adjacent property owner's house?
I believe so. I can grab the code real quick, but yes, I believe so. Tad bit of paperwork with this case.
That's okay.
apologize. It'll take me just a minute to find it. If you guys want to move on, I'll can stand back up here.
Okay.
I have some more comments on the noise standpoint while we're looking at the code. I understand that there's going to be some quantitative decibel level that is or isn't acceptable, but back to the context here and the setting, I don't think all noise is equal. Background car noise is very easily filtered out by the mind, but dialogue and announcements and people talking and car doors slamming, I think those are all very disruptive to a residential use. And so it may be within the code, but back to the setting and having these events at a very large volume in this neighborhood, I think that's why the speakers outside is another slippery slope that will just add to the disturbance for neighbors, along with the musician types.
May I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
We did find it, and it is measured from the inside with the windows and doors closed of a complainant's residential dwelling.
Okay.
So it doesn't say specifically adjacent.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak upon that? Or?
No, well, I just, yeah, I guess there was a little confusion in my mind, at least, when we were talking about going around with a decibel meter around the property. That's not really the measure. The measure is, whoever's house, if it's loud enough in their house with the doors closed. And I got to imagine that's kind of loud if you're in your backyard, but.
Yeah, I would think that if they're walking around with a decibel meter and they're trying to adhere to the code requirement, that it would be significantly less by the time you got to the adjacent home with the door shut.
Right.
And I think, some of the discussion tonight has been about how can I use my property too, my yard? Can I enjoy my yard? And this measurement detail helps us realize it doesn't protect against that. So. Any more discussion on the days? I want to make sure we get done with that.
Well, I'm more all right with Wednesday, but not Sunday. I can see there being a lot of conflict with a Sunday, since the overflow is 2 churches, which traditionally are on Sundays. So that's kind of, I'm not answering exactly, but it gets you closer to that line. So I guess, go, Vice Chair Sippel.
Yeah, so the day piece, I'm actually good with Wednesday as well, and would have to agree with Sunday. I mean, again, the intent is for overflow parking in the churches. I don't know a church that's not open on Sunday. But I do understand the need to possibly use the barn on Sundays if it's maybe a wedding the morning after. They sometimes do presents and breakfast or something like that. But certainly for me, looking at the 7-day, I'm fine with Wednesday. I don't see a need for it to be open on Sunday.
Okay. Commissioner Hall.
I guess I'd agree with Wednesday. The Sunday, I'm less concerned about the conflict with the church because I think that can be resolved privately. If the church doesn't want, if there's a problem with the parking because they're both having activities, then I think the church says, okay, you can't use my parking anymore on Sundays. But I'm more concerned about the impact on the neighbors, and I would imagine a Sunday evening event is probably going to raise a lot more concern for the neighbors than a Saturday night activity or event. Wednesday night I'm less concerned about, but I think Sunday I can understand.
Okay. Well, I guess that brings us back to noise and speakers and the band.
Yeah, well, before we leave the days thing, just one more maybe a question for everyone. Does extending the hours earlier impinge upon the school drop-off in the morning? And that, yeah, okay. And that's the only other thought I have is do these events, and I think the applicant only mentioned he's had 2 so far in the morning, so maybe this isn't a huge components to either leave out or add, but it sounds like, and I'm just thinking to myself, if that school is dropping off at 8 a.m. or whatever, it could be a concern for conflict between the two components, but.
Yeah, and I don't see the difference between the 7:30 a.m. drop-off at school versus the 3 p.m. pickup at school when there may be an event going on at the same time, or the Sunday conflict or Wednesday conflict with the, you know what I mean? It just seems like there's a lot already occurring in the area, and I don't know that an extra hour really makes that much of a difference, especially for that type of venue, at least in my mind.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Commissioner.
So I guess to kind of keep going for it on different ones, I guess kind of talking about the speakers. My issue on the speaker, I can definitely see the idea of getting out of the doorway, because personally on a building code side, I don't think that's the best idea. But I also can see it becoming an issue down the road if abused. And so, like I said, I'm kind of mixed on the noise, because I think the noise is going to impede a lot more upon the neighbors than anything else will. I think that the morning days and the afternoon, or the extra hour to close down, we're not really extending a party at that point in the after hour. We're just more giving time to break down the party than anything else. And then that ties us back to the alcohol.
So right now on the speakers, I have us 3 to 3, and on the alcohol, I have us 3 to 3. So.
Right.
Yeah.
For now.
I'm going to sit here and wait and see what happens.
So, but I guess, and this, my issue with the alcohol, and as all the traffic feeds out onto Greenway, the traffic, as mentioned, the loop to Houston and the street above, that's all loop. No traffic is going into the site. Yes, it is part of traffic in the area, which is where, but I think a big step to having law enforcement there. I think it's, you know, for someone to be at a party and having a police officer there and getting to a point of intoxication and getting into your car right in front of a police officer, you know, I think that's a big step. I think, I know I wouldn't be in favor of the alcohol if we didn't have the stipulation of law enforcement. I think that definitely has to be there. I think controls set by the applicant and setting having a licensed bartender, they have risk. Everybody in that food chain starts to set up a risk. And there's not just the applicant, the licensed bartender that you have to bring in that liquor license. That liquor license is not a cheap thing to have, first of all, and so they take a risk just to overserve people to make an extra couple bucks. I think is looking at it as a short-sighted, and they're looking at more of dealing with this with I think there's no way to control a toast. I mean, you can't just say it's going to be a toast, because that's not really what it's going to be. But I don't think we're looking at a boozing, you know, everybody just drink up 50 beers and drive down the road.
But I think we don't know that. See,
yeah, we don't know that.
For the extreme, and I think the alcohol issue isn't just purely traffic. I think that's part of it, but I think it's also the party gets louder. You can't necessarily control the behaviors. We don't know what kind of weddings are going to come here. We have to kind of consider the worst case, unfortunately, and they may not control themselves. And once they get in their cars, or once they leave the property, walk off the property, that security guard, that policeman is not necessarily going to be able to follow everyone or manage that. So I just think the neighbors clearly feel more comfortable in an overwhelming fashion without the additional alcohol. The vendor, I appreciate, is probably losing opportunities. We heard one tonight, of course, because it's not there, but I don't think it has killed the business, and I don't think it will kill the business here particularly. So, and I think that is a big issue to the neighbors, and that worries me. So, yeah, that was one of the biggest we heard. So that's why I'm not for adding that.
Anybody else would chime in?
Yeah, when we start to formulate a motion here, we have 6 items or conditions that we're discussing here. It sounds like we might be set on some of them, but not all of them. And so can we make, I mean, what would be some recommendations here? You guys want to make multiple ones? Do we want to try to throw it all in one?
Can we break it down point by point and take a
That's where I
vote,
was going.
point by point? I know it's not traditional, but based on the complexity of this case, we might need to break it down.
That's what I'm kind of looking for.
That would be acceptable as long as you address each of the findings with each of the points so that the record is there.
Okay.
Well, I guess we still need to speak a little bit about the band, since we've only spoke about speakers and the band, and I'm trying to understand because there was discussion of definition of a band, and
correct me if I'm wrong, I thought it was more of a staff interpretation type issue of how do we interpret the previous stipulation and what is permitted versus what is not permitted. Is that correct? As far as the bands and entertainment, musicians?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, what is permitted now specifies individual performers only. Their request, so it is kind of an interpretation, I think, on all parties of what does that mean, but it is their request to just remove the actual stipulation that says that there's a definition of what type, I guess. I know that's a little bit of a complicated one, but it is separate from a speaker issue. It's just standalone, saying don't limit what type of musicians are there or how many, just follow the noise ordinance is the request.
so the original stipulation, how is it read?
So I got it here, Chairman. According to the packet, the existing condition limits the type of performance to individual live performers only and does not allow performances by live bands.
So I guess, so they can have live performers, just not live bands.
You can have a live performer.
Oh, live, okay.
So I think here's the situation, and again, I don't want to paint something that's going to be typical, but at a wedding, you would perhaps see a small orchestra. My wife plays in one of these, so she goes and there's a cello and a couple violins and maybe a harp or something, and I could see that being fine, but this complete retraction of the requirement, you could have, trumpets and French horns, and you could have a bunch of different things, even though it would be a small musical group, it could get fairly loud. But if it were a small strings group, I could see it never being a problem. So the trouble is, how do you manage that to some level in this language that restricts?
But it's still regulated by code.
Right.
So at some level, they have to regulate that. And we kind of talked about it too, is that maybe we need to be more restrictive than the code allows and require that the decibel levels not exceed 55 at the property line, not inside. I mean, because the venue has already indicated that they're regulating that via the DJ and then also walking around. So I think they're trying to implement that, a more restrictive requirement anyway, rather than being inside an adjacent homeowner's home with the door shut, which interestingly enough, I have to point out, the neighbor to the north and the neighbor immediately to the east are not here complaining. So I find that very interesting.
Actually, I think, two of the neighbors to the north did have reps.
Yeah, but not directly.
No, not directly north and not directly east.
I'm not sure that's correct. I think, we did have immediately north, yeah.
Not immediately north.
Not immediately adjacent.
Not on the northern property line. Right.
Right. Okay, well, we're in a closed.
It's closed hearing. No more speakers.
Dennis, you can't speak right now.
Speakers.
Sorry.
No more speakers.
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Mike Kelly was represented by Barney. Yeah. So, I see the request. I empathize with the request, but I think that we have to be cautious. And if we put a decibel level at the property line, which would be more restrictive and would seem fair, but we put the onus on the homeowner to call them out and get the measurement, right?
We have the onus on the homeowners for a lot of things. And I even asked staff to pull requests and to let me know if there were any code enforcement complaints, and there have not been any significant code enforcement complaints specific to this property since it's been approved as its use. And so I find that interesting. I mean, they may have called the police, but they have not come to the town and complained formally and have it investigated and a case opened. So I hear a lot of fear, and I hear a lot of, which is what we heard the first time around, is we made this promise, we just don't want you to change anything. But trying to balance fear versus actual versus finding some happy medium between the two.
Yeah, I think though, maybe because there may not have been a lot of complaints. We heard one because they didn't want to disrupt a wedding and ruin somebody's day. I can appreciate that. I think the other thing though is that maybe it's because it's at these levels. They're allowed a single performer, and the speakers are supposed to be inside. So now we're saying, let's stretch that boundary and see if anybody complains. I don't agree with that method. I
don't think it's if anybody complains. I think they're going to take control measures, as they pointed out in their business plan, to do so. So I don't think it's just the onus is on the neighbors. I think the business owner is, per their business plan, is taking responsibility for that onus, and that if they feel that the business owner is not doing a good job at that, then they have their right to complain and go through court enforcement and work towards resolving the issue or eventually having the use permit pulled if they're not complying.
Yeah, I think I take the stance of let's avoid the problem, and I think right now the way it's established, we've avoided most problems, and I think stretching the boundary will only create more. So, yeah. Please, no, it's okay. No,
you need to keep it in order.
Please keep in order, yeah. Let us talk here. Okay, so anyway, I guess we perhaps disagree on that, and that's fair. That's fine. So I guess at this point I would take the stance on let's leave the music type the same. I might be convinced to do a small strings group rather than a single performer to allow a typical wedding environment, but as long as it stayed under still the code, right? And that's still out there, but.
One thing because I was on the, as long as it's within code track earlier, and I said that, but finding out what the code says, I guess my concern, I'm not sure I articulated it very well a minute ago, is if the code says 65 decibels in my house with my doors and windows closed, that means at the property line it can be 85, I don't know, 85, is anybody a sound engineer? I have no idea what it is. But if it's higher than 65 at the property line and I'm not far away, it's going to be pretty high in my backyard. And I have a neighbor about a half-mile away who has these kinds of parties every couple of months, and I'm pretty sure that they're way below the code. But I hear it in my bedroom, I hear it in my backyard, and I'm a half-mile away. So I can understand, when I said before, as long as they're within the code, I guess I didn't fully understand what the code said. Understanding what it says, I think I don't think we want to just simply say as long as it's in compliance with the code, that's enough. I think there need to be more restrictions because of the unique nature of the site and the location.
Well, that's where I think going to the idea of at the property line, I think that control that you have, you're pinpointing a location. Right. Because I agree, with the doors closed, and I can still hear it, that means that's too loud.
Probably too loud, yeah.
Right, I would only agree to it if there were some control measures at the property line, because I too thought that the code was based on the property line, not inside the adjacent neighbor's house. And so I would think that would be far too high. And if we can add a stipulation to control that at the property line, I would feel much more comfortable with it.
And back to location of speakers too, so we're split on that. We're 3-3 based on what I tallied earlier. Some more committed than others. But I think and I'm not in favor of pulling the speakers out. I think they're fine where he's using them. I think it's stretching it anyway. But if they were to pull them out, I would encourage, if that's where the group goes, to maximize the distance from the building. Set a maximum that those speakers can be placed, because then we wouldn't want that to gradually get softened and somebody's putting them out on the property line because the venue needs to go that far or something. I think that he showed us an image that said, here's where I really want to put them. Let's memorialize that, if that's where we're going to go. At this point, I'm not anxious to go there. I'd rather keep it in the same vein it is now.
I don't think we can set a control where the placement of the speaker on the site would be. I mean, other than indoor or outdoor. Oh, we can set a certain...
You could say no more than 15 feet or 20 feet from the building envelope or something.
Right, but okay.
Or within the actual barn itself or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be okay with limiting it, limiting the location of it, if that would garner additional support.
Mr. Chair,
no.
Just as always, as long as the condition is linked to one of the findings of fact, and there's the record made for your reasoning, then yes, you could do that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's see where it goes.
So let's try knocking them off.
Well,
I'm going to count on council to make sure I address all the findings appropriately. We're going to try to knock these off one by one, meeting the findings of fact. And let me just start here. I'm going to start with the ones that we seem to be in agreement with, at least majority. So, so I can do this here. Okay, so I move to make the findings of fact and approve the portion of UP 14-11, the request to modify the parking and traffic plan as stated in the staff report, and with regards to the findings of fact, it is determined that such traffic and pedestrian access modifications will not be detrimental to health, safety, or general welfare of persons living or working in the vicinity, adjacent properties, or to the public in general. And this proposed traffic and pedestrian access conforms to purposes, intent, and policies of the general plan and its policies, and any applicable area, neighborhood, and/or plan adopted by the town council, and such that it conforms to the condition requirements and standards required by zoning code and any other applicable local, state, or federal requirement, and that the proposed use as conditioned in the staff report would not unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of nearby properties.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion
Am I going to repeat it?
for item number 1 of conditional approval, and I have a second by Commissioner Muti. We should probably state in favor, like just, we'll record it. Yeah, roll call.
Okay. Yeah.
So all in favor?
Aye.
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 So that's 6-0. So I guess that'll be the easier one.
Well, that's the easy one, yeah. All right, I'll try the hours too. If that's okay, everybody okay? Did I keep going? Okay.
Okay.
So, try this again. Was that appropriate, Council, the way we did that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cavaney, yes,
That'll do? Okay, thank you. All right, so I move to make the findings of fact for the portion and approve the portion of UP 14-11 to modify the hours of operation as follows. For the evening hours, all music must stop by 9:30 p.m. The event must end by 10 p.m. and all activities must cease by 11 p.m. And for morning hours, activities may commence at 7:30 a.m.
We're going to do the days.
And the only restricted day where no activities at the facility should occur will be Sunday.
New Year's Eve.
And on New Year's Eve,
Leave it up till 1. Just look.
the event must end and music off by midnight, and all activities must cease by 1 a.m.
12:15? Like, don't they do like a big thing at 12?
I think you're fine.
All right, amended to be 12:15. That's more logical, right? But all activities must cease by 1. So we'll keep that. And it is understood that this approval for the extension of hours and modification of days of use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of persons living or working in the vicinity, adjacent to the property, or in the neighborhood, or the public in general, and that it conforms to the purposes and intent and policies of the general plan and its policies and any applicable area, neighborhood, and other plan adopted by the town council, and that this extension of hours conforms to the conditions, requirements, or standards required by the zoning code and any other applicable local, state, or federal requirements, and that it's proposed that the hour extension will not unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of nearby properties. So moved.
So I have a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. I have a motion from Commissioner Cavaney and a second by Vice Chair Sippel. All in favor?
Aye.
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 That's 6-0?
No.
Any opposed?
Oh, any opposed?
Nay.
Oh, sorry. That passes 5-1 with the opposed Commissioner Muti.
All right, let me try another one. This could be a fun one. I move to make the findings of fact and deny the portion of UP 14-11 to allow or to change any of the existing conditions related to alcohol on the property, with the understanding that it could be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of those in the vicinity, that it could conform to the purposes, intent, and policies of the general plan. It could conform to the conditions, requirements, and standards required by zoning code, but it is possibly an unreasonable interference to the use and enjoyment of nearby properties.
I have a motion from Commissioner Cavaney. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Cavaney, a second by Commissioner Muti. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, and any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion
So-
fails.
Yeah,
Well,
motion
except,
fails.
okay, so I denied it. Okay, so we'll run it again and we'll go for approval and we'll see what the vote is. Okay, and if it's denied, then it doesn't happen.
And then we run another vote, and it,
Well, it just,
we still,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, any new motion would need to differ from any earlier motion offered. So we couldn't just keep running the same motions over and over again.
right. I think the only other motion to make is to approve it, right? That's all that's on the table is either allow it or don't allow it. There's no,
Yeah, but I think by voting the way that we did, it's a no, right?
it's going to fail, yeah.
The
based on the number of people we have up here.
The item was brought to the commission as an amendment to an existing use permit. Therefore, any unless there's a majority in favor of changing the use permit, the item must fail.
Okay. I don't think we need a read motion, right? So either. Okay.
And Chairman, for our clerk, could you do a roll
Yes.
call of how everybody voted, please?
Yes, so the approval of the denial was Commissioner Muti, Commissioner Cavaney, and Commissioner Hall. And the denial of the denial was Commissioner Whitman, Vice Chairman Sippel, and Chairman Ayler.
All right. Unless somebody else feels long-winded.
Oh, you're having a good
going.
time.
Okay. I think I'm getting the hang of this.
If we meet all 4 findings, you can just say it meets all 4 findings, rather than reading them all out.
Oh, thank you.
Unless you want to
No,
break
I
them out.
really don't want to. Thank you. All right.
Might save you some time.
Except I'm not sure they all meet all 4. That's the problem.
And if it doesn't, then
Yeah,
you
okay.
can call them out.
Let me do the next one then. I'm probably going to do the similar thing because I don't think it does necessarily meet all 4. Okay, let's try this. So I move to make the findings and facts, and I'm going to propose it this way, and deny the portion of UP 14-11 for the location of the audio speakers to be modified from the current allowable requirements. Based on the fact that it could be, well, no, in that it does conform to the fact that it's not necessarily detrimental to health, safety, or general welfare of the persons living nearby. It could conform to the purposes, intent, and policy of the general plan. It could conform to the conditions, requirements, or standards required by the zoning code. But it will possibly be an unreasonable interference with the use and enjoyment of nearby properties.
So in the motion is a full denial, not a movement to the property line. This is just straight denial.
Right, I'm saying no, leave the speaker requirement as it is. Right, that's what I'm proposing, or it's what I moved.
Okay. Have a motion from Commissioner Cavaney. Do you have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Muti. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So
4-2.
that's 4-2 then. So
okay, so we
So
need to
on this one real quick, could we make another motion on this one particular to limit if the speakers were to be put outside, limit a distance from the building to see if it passes at that point?
Yes.
Is changing the motion, yes?
Okay, let me try that.
who do we want to speak
Well, if I
before you make the motion?
Yeah, please, absolutely.
I would look at the distance from, I think if we had the distance within 10 feet of the building, of those speakers, I think that controls. But I guess my question for staff in this motion, there's 2 buildings on the property. So would we state from the barn directly? Can we say that, or it would be from all buildings?
And is it from the barn entrance, not the actual barn itself, so it can't go on the side of the property?
Mr. Chair, that would be up to the discretion of the commission. You could specify which buildings you were referring to.
All right, thank you.
If I could just jump in real quick. Again, there's the intent and the spirit conversation here on this one, and I don't want to seem passionate about it. The reality is he's already putting it at the door. So I want to think of safety concerns of the event by moving it outside the doorway. It's all, we're talking, you saw the picture, he's got it right at the door. And so my want to bring this back for a different motion is to really move it from the door to a place that is safer for pedestrian traffic.
What if, oh, sorry.
I was just thinking out loud.
What if we, because this is a large structure and is multiple, you make a great point, Chairman. What if we restricted maybe a larger distance, but restrict it from the main door? Yeah, or the main ingress egress point of the building. And so we said maybe 25 feet from main ingress, so you can get it kind of out of the way. You kind of move it around. If you got an event going one way or the other way, you can aim it, I guess.
I was just trying to see if there was a door facing the parking lot.
I think it would be interior to the site.
Yeah, interior to the site. Yeah, because there is a door.
Yeah, that maybe isn't where we want to go
Or the
then.
barn door interior to the site
and-
facing the
Yeah.
courtyard.
Facing the courtyard.
I mean, you can
Well, I
specify.
can't move on this one because I'm not voting for it, so.
All right, I'll make a motion.
All right.
I move to make the finding of fact and approve UP 14-11 condition number 4 to allow speakers to be used outside of the barn doors, yes, for ceremony music, low-level dinner music, and short announcements only. Speakers for dance music will be kept indoors, and that they do meet all 4 findings of fact.
And then do we have a distance from the doors?
Not to exceed
15, 20
15
feet?
feet.
15 feet, I think, is probably safer.
Mm-hmm.
And the barn
And do we-
doors facing the,
Courtyard.
Facing the courtyard. Yep.
Do we want to put any restriction on decibel levels at the property line? Just to further restrict?
I think that
To
that's.
protect the neighbors? I mean, they should be doing it anyway,
Yes.
but to further protect the
to-
neighbors.
And to make sure that they also meet, as long as the town noise ordinance requirements can still be met.
At the property line.
At the property line. Did you get that? Yeah, thank you.
That way, it should be significantly less if it travels to an adjacent property by the time it gets there.
Okay, so I have a motion from Vice
Second.
Chair Sippel and a second by Commissioner Whitman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
So we have an approval, 4-2 for the, is Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Whitman, Chairman Ayler, Vice Chairman Sippel. Opposed is Commissioner Cavaney and Commissioner Mutiny. No. So that goes to item number 5, the ban.
Where'd we land on it?
Well, for approval, I would also would want the property line decimals attached to
Well,
that.
let me start with this then. Let me just start with this. Okay, so I move to deny point number 6,
Point number 6.
which is the, I'm 5, I'm sorry, point number 5, regarding the musicians allowed, and no change to be made to the existing requirements, as they don't meet all 4 findings of fact.
Okay. I have a motion from Commissioner Cavaney. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Muti. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
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 That-
Your turn.
You know, honestly, I don't know that we can get there on this one. It might just be a 3-3 again. I don't have a different motion to make except to reverse it and say.
Well, that was 4-2.
It was 4-2, so we might have some support.
So yeah. So,
So it basically approved it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well-
Yep, nope. I get it.
Before you make a motion, may I?
Chairman, before you move on, who were the two names?
oh, I'm
for the
sorry.
record, please?
Commissioner Muti and Commissioner Cavaney were opposed. Commissioner Sippel.
Or we were in favor of a denial.
Well, you were in favor, yeah, in favor of the denial. Denial of the denial was of Commissioner Sippel, Chairman Ayler, Commissioner Whitman, and Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Chair, to be clear, when I said that a new motion would need to differ, that means if you inverse it, and it would be an approval rather than a denial, that would be a change. We couldn't go back and forth all night presenting motions that had already been presented.
Wouldn't 2 negatives make a positive on
But
this
it's
one?
4-2, so it's
4-2.
not
It's
necessarily.
4-2, so it'll pass.
That's what I'm saying, didn't it already?
No,
But may I
But a
propose something?
sorry.
not formally.
We have to make a formal motion to approve.
Okay.
May I propose something though? So maybe there's some middle ground, some happy ground that we can all get to here.
Okay.
Right now, it allows 1 live performer, and that's trouble for the operator. Maybe there's an opportunity to allow a certain type of performers, like a small strings group, and that would be allowed. I I think the neighbors are, at least I would be if I was a neighbor, nervous about the louder instruments, you know, the brass, the things like that, the electric guitars, that kind of thing. That's what I'd be concerned with. But I wouldn't be too concerned with a small set of violins, cellos, violas, that sort of thing, maybe a harp. So, I mean, right now it says one live performer, but it does specify
Well,
no live bands.
Yeah, per the stipulation, right now, it says speakers may be, or the type of musicians allowed will no longer be limited as long as the town noise ordinance, so I don't know if we can limit it again, similar to that we did with the speakers, that the decibel levels shall be monitored at the property line rather than the adjacent property to make it more restrictive, and that any live performer should have low-level music playing outside, but the music can be handled differently indoors in enclosed environments similar to that of the speakers, because it's no different than a DJ.
I'm concerned about the only requirement being property line decibel. I think that's the onus on them, the neighbor, to prove the problem. And
But if it's restricted to low level, like quartets or harps or string guitar or
right,
something like that,
suggesting that
outside, if it's restricted to low level outside specifically, similar to the way the stipulation for the speakers is written, and that any loud band, musician, artist is restricted to indoor play only. Does that help?
Yeah.
We'd have to offer that. They're not per this stipulation, but we'd have to offer that and craft it similar to the way the speakers stipulation is crafted right now, the outdoor speakers.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Dave, might I add, what if it were to be 3 or 5? Right now it's 1. It could be one trumpet player.
Yeah, good.
Right now. And so now you want to put a strings quartet together, that could be 3 or 5. Do you see what I'm saying? So maybe it's limiting
one
that.
drummer right now.
It
Yeah.
could be one drummer right now, and so.
The real issue is noise, so we need to figure out
Yeah,
how to
it's
control
not
the
the
noise.
amount of people.
It's not the people, it's not the performers, it's not the type of music, it is the noise level and
I
where
guess
it's measured
It does say low level, right? Doesn't it, in the current?
in the speakers, not.
It doesn't say it here. Oh, it doesn't say it
It
here.
doesn't say, yeah, so we'd have to craft it such that it read similar to the speaker stipulation, that it was more restrictive and regulated. Would that get you across the finish line?
I think I could go where you're going, where it's low level, it's maybe a maximum. I mean, give them some latitude, maybe 5 I think is fair, maybe more, maybe a few more, I don't know.
if we need to, do we need to restrict the number? Like,
Maybe not.
if it's low level, controlled by decibels, outside, and then they're allowed to play inside, but obviously they're still controlled at the property line for,
Yeah, we wouldn't want the high school orchestra to show up
No.
in our work. So maybe a number might be okay. I mean, make it flexible, make it big enough to give them flexibility. But I mean, we're limiting 1. I think you could keep a number on it, but we give them something that's reasonable. And
All right,
I like keeping the term low level.
I'll make a stab at it.
Okay, please.
I move to make the facts of finding and approve UP 14-11, condition number 5, that the type of musicians allowed will be limited to no more than 7, as long as the town noise ordinance requirements can still be met, and
At the property line?
they're at the property line with low-level music
outside.
outside.
Do we want to talk about being inside?
This is all outside. Mhm.
So I have a motion from Vice Chair Sippel. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Whitman. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
So vote is 5-1. The opposed is Commissioner Muti.
We need to approve the last step.
And then all original condition are not being modified. Okay. I guess there's one more. Number 6.
It's just upholding all the conditions from the
I'll do
previous
it.
case that aren't modified.
I move to make the facts of finding and approve UP 14-11, condition 6, as written, as all items conform to the findings of fact.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Sippel and a second by Commissioner Whitman. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you again, everyone. We appreciate your time tonight. the input you provided.
And so if, to staff, if anybody wants to appeal any of the stipulations,
The applicant or the residents,
right, the applicant or the residents can appeal to the town council
within 10 calendar days.
within 10 calendar days.
Well, there's a time limit, so
Yes,
don't
yes,
turn
no,
it in
no.
on the 11th day, because you're not
Yes.
going to, it's not going to work.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully that all made sense. So we disapproved, just so I know in my mind, we disapproved the alcohol on the site, right? And the hours of operation were restricted such that it's not permitted on Sunday, but the other hours are increased both on the front and back end.
But with stipulations on the back end, right?
Right.
Right.
The bands were permitted but highly restricted. The audio speakers were permitted but highly restricted. And the parking was approved per how it's currently operating. Okay.
Thank you. So that takes us to, find the agenda. Administrative items. Item number 13 is the minutes for consider approval from the study session and regular minutes of January 7th, 2015. Do we want to take?
No.
Okay.
Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes as written.
Second.
I have a motion from Chairman Whitman for approval of minutes and a second by Vice Chairman Sippel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Takes us to communications and reports from chairman and members of the commission on current events. Do we have any current events to speak of? I know there's probably a great deal in our town. One thing, and I wish I had them with me, but I spent a lot of time on that case that came in front of us. But we've won many awards in the last month for the town of Gilbert. I think we had, I don't remember, a top 11 for something, but I was just amazed. It's the quantity that we've been winning. I've been seeing our names as a town in Google Alerts, and we've been doing well of showing how great of a town we are. So that takes us to item 15, report from council liaison.
Chairman, thank you. I just want to say what a great job you did tonight. I appreciate how thorough you were. I appreciate how Commissioner Cavaney got so creative with making the motions to try and keep everything straight, and then you've all followed suit with that. I'm not going to keep you any longer. I wanted to just mention the State of the Town address that the mayor will be presenting next Tuesday night, February 10th, but what I'm going to do instead of bothering you with all the details now is I'm going to send you an email tomorrow with some information, so you'll have that and you can all go home to your families this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And leads us to Planning Service Manager for Linda and current events.
Again, thank you for your work this evening as volunteers in our community. We appreciate the conversation that you had. It helps us understand the philosophy of our town's residents as you represent them. And I believe there is an event at the Riparian on the 14th and 15th, a weekend event. So take a look at our calendar online. It's very much enjoyed by all residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That adjourns our meeting.
So moved.
So moved.